Good morning, everybody, and welcome once again to Virginia International Raceway. It is the 2026 edition of the Rumble at the Old Oak Tree, presented by the First Settlers region of the Porsche Club of America and our great partners at Porsche South Point and Porsche Virginia Beach. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Edwin Pardue. And gentlemen, it's Enduro Day here at VIR. We've got two 90-minute Enduro races on tap for you. Stops, tire changes, fuel, everything, you name it, and the best that Porsche Club of America has to offer. At our racers for our first endurance race, they are heading out on track now for their pace lap here. And actually, typically we have two pace laps for these endurance races. Let's do this. Let me run down the starting order, a good portion of the starting order, and then we're going to have plenty of time to talk here today. But first off, good morning, Edwin.
Good morning, and a good field rolling out. You never know in morning warm-ups who's ready to go. You got a great field for this morning Enduro.
Indeed. And good morning, Brian.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to be here, and I'm very excited to watch this again. This comes down to strategy.
Indeed. All right. Well, we've just gotten word from Race Control that just a single pace lap, but you know, I'll probably have like another 89 minutes to get through the whole grid. Let me start running things down. We do have, I'm going to give you the primary drivers here, but we do have a number of teams that will have two drivers. We got a lot of Iron men and women here that are running the full 90 minutes alone. And starting on the pole is one of them, driving the number 98 GTB1 Porsche Cayman. It's Ed Dunn. He'll start right alongside GTB1 competitor Angus Rogers in a 2011 Porsche Cayman. That's the number 9 car. David Hodges, our sole Spec 997 racer, will start on the inside of row number 2 in the number 41 car. And the team of Franklin Prey and Dylan Murray will make up the 4th spot here on the grid. We believe that Mr. Murray is the first driver in that car, and hopefully we're also going to have some onboard video from that machine. Francis GTB1 Cayman will start 5th, with Jack Switzer, our GT4 pole sitter, the number 30 machine, starting in 6th. That's a beautiful 1970 vintage 911. Love that car. Our Spec Cayman pole sitter is Matt DiStefano. He's driving the number 93 car. He'll start 7th, with Wahid Shahadi starting right alongside, also in a Spec Cayman. That's the 147 car. Then we got Eric Yortsoy in the 321 Cayman, and Patrick James. They're going to make up row number 5. Then we got Dominic Belvedere. He's in the 556 Spec Cayman, and then the team of Isabel and Isabel, and that's the 257 GT4 entry, starting in 12th. Michael Venable in his Spec Cayman will start lucky 13th. And then we've got our G-Class pole sitter John Patton in his 2002 Boxster S, starting 14th. Starting 15th, also in the G-Class, Ari German in the 2005 Boxster. And Ari will start right alongside Greg Rochek, who is our SP3 pole sitter. He's in the number 320 944 S2. Jordan Simon, another one of our G-Class racers in his 2004 Boxster, will start 19th, and rounding out the top 20, Ken Agnaw in the number 15 SP3 944 S2. He starts 20th. As the field, we'll run down the rest of the grid here as the pace car now on the pit lane. Edwin and Brian, starter looking over the field. And as opposed to some of these sprint races, we may see some of the racers maybe using a little bit more strategy, not going and trying to knock everybody's socks off on the opening lap. The green flag is in the air, and the front row here now heading down into turn number 1. And we've got on the front row there David Hodges and probably Angus Rogers. And, well, we'll check the grid here as it's changed up on us again. I think we've got Angus Rogers and David Hodges there. We'll see if Ed Dunn's machine is in that group as well, but it looks like we might have had some changes there right at the front of the field as they now head into turn number 3.
Everybody's patient until the green flag flies, or as Mike Tyson said, you all have a plan until you get punched. So we'll see how that works out. But 90 minutes, remember, these races so far this weekend have all been around 30 minutes. Boy, that's a pack of cars. No patience there.
Yeah, so much for the 90-minute strategy plan, right? It's just a matter of get side by side and get going. There's Alex Farragut there, I think, with a couple of other ones as you see our in-car camera here. But you're right, Edwin. It's going to be where you're going to want to get spread out a little bit, right? Because it's going to come down to strategy. You know you have to make a pit stop. It's a 5-minute pit stop. You've got to make sure you do that 5 minutes or you will end up with a penalty.
That's right, and we were on board there for a moment with Jason Nikic. Had the Enger machine 2 cars ahead here early on, and I mean, if it's anything like that, like that's Spec 911 field that we saw yesterday, oh my gosh, what a great fight we saw yesterday afternoon between Eugene Basha, Donald Enger, and then the Nikic machine. Great fight, Brian.
Had dinner with Enger last night, and he's like, that's about as much fun as I've ever had in a race car. That was a great race between those guys.
Yeah, and it's going to come down here again. You're going to see it not only in that, but you're going to see it in Spec Boxster. You're going to see it in Spec Cayman, right? Again, the pit stops mean everything in this race. You have to make sure you hit that 5-minute mark. You can't go under that or you're going to be brought down pit road again. That will change the whole scenario. I don't believe that the 98 of Ed Dunn actually took the green flag here. I think that was Angus Rogers and actually Gary Stanberry. And that 66 that went side by side down into one along with Dylan Murray and David Hodges. So kind of spread out right now. Back in the pack a little bit, you're still getting that 2 wide and even sometimes 3 wide to set themselves up as this race continues.
And just let you know, let's look. Like I say, you're not sure till they actually hit track how many people are going to be in this Enduro race. And just so you know, we had 39 take the green flag. So 39 cars taking the green flag here in this Enduro. Good field.
All right, so now that we're underway, and it looks like these drivers are starting to ease into rhythms. Let's take a look at, we gave you the top 20. Let's give you the back 20. I was going to say the back 9, but not a golfing, maybe 9 rows actually, but not a golfing outing here. Although this has been in many cases referred to as a country club for racers. All right, starting 21st, driving the number 159 H-Class 964, it's Terrence Judge with 911 Cup racer Donald Enger, the white number 50 machine, starting 22nd. And then we had starting 23rd, Jason Nikic, who that's actually, I guess we're looking right now, that is the Basha, not the Basha machine. We'll check in on that one.
I think this is that was the Alex Al there. There's Basha right here. Yeah. There's Basha right here.
Yeah, we've got all of our drivers. One there, so we've got Basha right here. We've got Alex Al, who was our winner yesterday in Spec Boxster, and then we got Jason Nikic right up ahead of him. All these racers right in the same area here. So if we looked at row number 12, it was Jason Nikic and Andrew Murphy, who I believe we also have in-car video from. We'll check in with him at some point. I'm getting word right now that we don't have it at the moment. Daniel Rubel, our Spec Boxster pole sitter here today, starting 25th, with Alex Au starting 26th. Then Ryan Farragut in his Spec Boxster, the number 29 machine, alongside Nate Dos Santos in the number 0911 Cup machine. I think I called it Spec 911 before. 911 Cup is what I meant. I'm sorry. Ben Wallace starting 29th in the 666 911 Cup machine, alongside Jason Nupp in his Spec Cayman. And we've got Lawson Wilder. Then we've got, let's try that again. Then we've got Sam Halabi in his spec Boxster, starting alongside the SP3 racer Robert Boxell. Then Lawson Wilder and Ian Rogensky making up row number 17, starting 33rd and 34th. Starting 35th, Kurt Leda in his spec Boxster, alongside Frank Osborne in the ME1 class Boxster. Then Alex Farragut in her 911 Cup entry. She starts at 37th. Gil Mizrahi scheduled to start 38th in the number 29 G class Boxster. And then Patrick Perronet and Thomas Valley starting row 20, 39th and 40th. And then we'll see here. I didn't see him come out, but I may have missed him. Gene Raimondi, who had some mechanical issues. Yeah, indeed, Raimondi did not take the green here today. I think there is at least one other racer, Connor Henderson, who I did not have on our grid, started at the tail end of the field in the number 341 Porsche 944, and he has already made up 9 positions. Said he didn't get any time in at all this weekend, and hence his starting from the back of the pack.
Brian, you're our race strategist. Is there a certain window, a time window, when you must make that pit stop, or is it going to be based simply on fuel consumption? How do you decide when you take that break?
So the pit window opens up 15 minutes into the race and then closes 10 minutes before the end of the race. So you're going to see a lot of these drivers are going to go just past halfway, so just past that 45 minutes before they come in. Some will come in early to try to beat the other competitors in, get through that 5 minutes, and then kind of get back out depending on where the gap is between them. You're going to see some in this group here, more than likely are going to go over that 50-minute mark based off of tires, fuel, that sort of thing. I don't think we'll see very many tire changes in this group here. You'll notice that, yeah, the next one you may, right? But you'll probably see these times as they start out in that 2-minute bracket there, Edwin, you're going to see them really start to drop off when we get to that 30 minutes, that 35, 40 minutes. And you're going to see a lot of give and take to set up. Well, as I just say that, Lawson Wilder didn't really want to give too much there.
No.
He wanted to take. That was all 100% take there. But the strategy is going to come down when we get to the second half of this race, right? So after that 45 minutes, that's when these teams are going to start to think about doing these pit stops. Some may do fuel, some may not. Some may be able to make that full 90 minutes.
Yeah, and a big we'll call wrinkle as far as these pit stops go, Brian, is that drivers cannot start their pit stop under a full course caution. They can certainly be in their pit stall already when that full course caution comes out, but the thought of starting a pit stop with the hope of leapfrogging somebody because the pace has now been slowed down behind the pace car is certainly out the window. So it really adds, and what we found at a number of events last year, Edwin, was that we'd see very late full course cautions in the race, and it in some cases actually caught drivers out because what happened is that full course caution extended past that. It started just before that 10-minute cutoff at the end of the race, and they literally could not come into the pits, start their pit stop, and you have to be running at the end. You have to be on track. You can't finish the race in your pit stall.
Well, the other thing is if you've set it up for a certain fuel window also, and then that full course comes out, that could catch you out as well. I can't remember who. I spoke to somebody last night, and they said the last 3 laps of their sprint race, they had light fueled the car and had to, do the little egg under the accelerator to make it to the end. So that could catch you out if you're trying to light fuel in the first half and that full course comes out. That could catch you out there. Remember, if you ever run out of fuel, just tell them it was a mechanical.
Well, isn't that considered a mechanical? When it runs out of fuel?
Right.
It stops working.
You just don't admit it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this over the course of years. Greg's right. We've seen where drivers have, they have a set plan. Hey, we're not going to pit until this time frame comes through. Then you end up with an incident on the racetrack, and that double yellow comes out, and now you're just hoping that they go back to green within a certain amount of time, or when you get down to the last 10 minutes and you haven't made it, you're kind of stuck out the window, and now you have to serve a penalty when that happens, because at some point you more than likely will run out of fuel for that 90 minutes, so you have to come in. So, you know, it becomes where, you know, you have to be consistent on your timing and know exactly what kind of fuel mileage you're getting. And most of these teams, they will manage that through the weekend so that they know exactly what kind of fuel mileage they're getting based off of the track layout. Either they do that in practice, or they do that at least through that first sprint race. Even though it was a non-point sprint race on Friday, they can do it through there.
We also, you know, we talked about fuel, and we talked about, you know, tires. We won't see a lot of change here. The other thing, though, there's only a small handful of teams in this first race that are going to use two drivers. Right. You guys have both done some laps here. 90 minutes, especially if you don't have any full course yellow. You will have your break in the pits, but 90 minutes, that's a workout.
Well, for me, I would need to have water or drink to be able to make it towards the end. I've done 3-hour stints where I could barely keep my neck up and running here as we jump on board with Jason Nikic in his 911 Cup entry. And I think right back behind him, we do have a number of other camera cars, like Alex Au, I think, is 2 cars behind him. I think we've got who else? Well, again, I think Andy Murphy and a couple cars back from there. I wanted to mention, so we're talking about sharing cars. We talked a little bit, and actually just saw Eugene Basha come down the pit lane, maybe taking early service here. One of the teams that is sharing the car out, no, and we're getting word that Eugene Basha is taking his car back behind the wall and heading back to the paddock. We've got the team of Colby Isabel and Wyatt Isabel. We talked a little bit about Colby yesterday during his second sprint race. Colby, it's his very first year racing with Porsche Club of America, had done some HPDE sessions. His father, longtime Porsche driver and racer, and Colby essentially got his license so that he could race with his father, and they're sharing the car today. We're not sure if it's Colby or if it's Wyatt first in the machine. They're driving that beautiful black 1977 911S, and currently sitting 26th as they just moved up 2 positions from the last lap. They got around Sam Halabi and Jason Nupp, the Spec Boxster and Spec Cayman racers.
Their top 2 cars in this Enduro with Franklin Play, Dylan Murray in the car now. Angus Rogers, we saw Angus Rogers pretty much up front all day yesterday in both of those sprint races. They just went under that 2-minute mark, which is pretty quick right now for both of those drivers. And again, a little bit of a gap, 5 seconds. You can easily see Angus Rogers is just sitting there pacing himself a little bit more, because he was a little bit top of Dylan Murray and Franklin Prey yesterday, and now all of a sudden it's kind of backed up a little bit. Dylan Murray getting as much as he can to try to build as much of a gap as he can over Angus Rogers until Franklin gets in there, and then that way, again, that's where the strategy comes in. Some of these strategies are, you go for the first 45 minutes as hard as you can, the car will handle it. And then when I get in, then I just maintain that path. You see that in all forms of Enduros.
Indeed. So I don't know if that's necessarily the strategy for Murray and Prey, Brian. And we just saw Franklin Prey's that blue-white with red stripe 944 just ahead of the red 944. The red 944, that is, Angus Rogers in the black Cayman right behind. But with Prey and Murray, or Murray and Prey, they've had some engine issues in that car all weekend long. They had a mechanical issue that they had to repair yesterday before this car got on track. And in talking to Franklin Prey just before they went to the grid, is that they are looking to limp the car across the finish line, is how he put it. And he's saying that 90 minutes before the checkered flag comes out. So there are definitely some questions there as to whether or not that car will have the stamina to make it the whole way. Obviously, a lot of hope and praise there. Yeah, there we go.
Update on that 23 Eugene Basha. Indeed, did take that car back into the paddock area. Now, if this were a sprint race, most likely he would be done. being that it's an endurance race, they might make some changes in the paddock, send that car back out. So we'll keep an eye on that to see if Basha is done for the morning, or if they're going to make repairs in the paddock, send the car back out, because you have no idea if you're in class racing who might have a problem later on. So we'll let you know if the 23 makes it back out.
I was just saying we should check his in-car camera. The problem is if they're working on the car, it's probably on the back side, not on the front side of that car. We might not pick up much from the front-facing camera.
Hey guys, are you surprised by the pace that these front two, the GTB1 cars, are doing right now? Is that quicker than you thought?
I'm not surprised, but I think that, and again, no driver has ever expressed not telling the truth at the beginning of an Enduro, saying, hey, we have motor problems, right? We're just going to limp it around and then go out and run a 159, right? So that we've never seen that before. No, I'm not surprised by the pace early on. I think that as we get to the end, again, unless they're going to change tires, again, this track can be a little bit abrasive on some tires towards a longer run here. It could be a little bit of an issue when we get to the second half of this race. So not surprised by the early onset of the pace, but we'll see what happens later on.
All right, and actually, I think I misspoke when I gave the which car was actually Frank LaPre. We could watch it right now as he's going around the outside of a couple cars there and through turn 3. But the thing with the Prey car also, Brian, is that I think this is the second event. Down at Sebring was the first where this car had been moved over from the stock classes over into the GT classes. A lot of changes were made, and they have some teething pains that they're trying to work through. That said, and I think you're right on. So far, the pace that Dylan Murray is putting in with that 997 chassis is about a second and a half faster than it was running yesterday. And now, again, yesterday during the second sprint race, it was getting progressively slower and was falling off the pace. So they did do a lot of work on it.
I'd say that's right now. That's some quick limping. Yes, quick limping for sure.
Well, I'm good for the first half mile or so of my hike, and then I'm on my hands and knees for the last 16. So
they put a boot on that limp. It's got a boot on that limp. So.
So we still have, early on, still 38 cars on track. Early in, we're just about 18 minutes into a 90-minute race. So 38 cars still on track this morning.
All right, let's check in. We'll break things down by class and give you some gaps here. Over in Spec Boxster.
Hey, Greg, let me interrupt here. We are going to a full course caution right now. So this, again, goes back into the different strategies, right? So now let's see how long this is going to take.
All right, as we said, about 18 minutes in. So let me go and break this down as we do go to full course caution. We can see the emergency services teams responding. We do have at least one driver on the pit lane, and that is, I think that is the Ryan Farragut car. Looks to be the number 20. We've got the 771 and the 29 Boxsters on the pit lane right now. And we'll see here. I'm starting to wonder that perhaps. Well, yeah, I've got the 29 who's on the pit lane. I'm also showing Alex Au now back in 5th position in Spec Boxster, whereas just a moment ago he had been leading that class. So we'll check in. I'm showing now Lawson Wilder, your leader, with Sam Halabi, Dan Rubel, and Kurt Lade at the top 4 in Spec Boxster. And yeah, now I am showing as Ryan Farragut came across the timing loop via the pit lane. Alex Au dropping back to 6th. So that may be the car affected.
And let you know, those two cars, the 771 and the 29, both rejoined the field. They came down pit road, but they both came back out, rejoined the field. So they did not go to the paddock, and they'll catch up with the tail end of this group. Yeah,
and I'm wondering if they were basically told, sorry, full course caution, you can't pit now.
They may have just hit pit road as that double yellow came out.
I think that was likely the issue. Over in Spec Cayman, Matt DiStefano is your leader over Eric Yortoy with Wahid Chadi and Patrick James, your top 4 in GT4. Gary Stanberry in the silver with black striped number 66, 911. He is your leader. Doug Switzer in his 914.6. Second, the team of Isabel and Isabel. Third, Patrick Perronnet. Fourth. Over in the G class, Ari German leads over John Patton and Jordan Simon. In SP3, Ken Agnott has the lead over Greg Rochek and Tanner Markut. In 911 Cup, Jason Nikic is your leader with Donald Enger and Alex Farragut in the 229 machine. And in GTB1, again, Prey and Rogers right up at the front of the field. All right, let's do this, gentlemen, if you don't mind. We're about, what, 20 minutes into the race. This is probably a very good time. Let's take our first of 3 commercial breaks here. We'll thank some of our partners and sponsors. When we come back, we'll bring you more endurance action, enduro action here from Virginia International Raceway, where it is the Rumble at the Old Oak Tree. Stay with us.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your Porsche today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
With almost 250 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints-on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion and he wants to share it with you. Although there are recipes, Paul's emphasis is on creating from what you have on hand at the time as an inspiration and using old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from. Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul provides ideas on variations in the dishes, but really hopes that you'll see opportunities to put your own twist and add the flavors and ingredients that you prefer. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations, so come and join along on this voyage. Paul tries to post a new episode every Saturday and hopes that you enjoy.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, and as quickly as we go back to green, well, we've got the local caution coming out of turn 5, and given the amount of, we assume that it was coolant or something that was smoking on that car as it hit the wall, we may be going back to caution once again, Edwin.
And let's recap how we got here. It was Alex Al in the 79. He had come to a stop down in turn 1, and we saw there just a little while ago where they flat-towed that 79 car back into the paddock area. He has not come back out yet. And then, Brian, we had just gone back to green, and we'll go full course again. Yep. But Brian, we've just gone back to green, and then you were the first one spotted that incident just coming out of that right-hander.
Yeah, just a product of a couple cars going kind of side by side through there, one clipping the curbing and hit the other car right there. And put it into the tire barrier.
Is that the Prey?
No, that doesn't look like the Prey. That's we'll have to look and see.
It's got the same livery on the nose. No, it's definitely not. That's one of our Boxsters. So we'll try. We'll see if we can get the car number there. Unfortunately, our hooks to race control
Maybe
right now not
maybe
working.
the 029, Greg. Maybe is that Gil Mazzati?
Yeah, possibly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a product of being side by side going through there. Somebody clipped up into the into the curbing there, coming through turn 5, and right as they got into the center of the S's, and just kind of pushed them off to the side there a little bit.
Well, we talked earlier about pit strategy. We're now into 25, 26 minutes here almost. And so if your plan was to early pit, that's kind of been blown out the window.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, and so we do believe that was the 029 G-Class Boxster of Gil Mizrahi. We'll see. He got that car back underway. Doesn't necessarily mean he's going to try to muscle it all the way back around the course and get it to the pit lane. There are a number of cutoffs. That being said, you can see the emergency services teams, even though there's no race cars still there, the emergency services teams did respond. They're looking to see if there are any repairs that need to be done to the tire wall and in that area over there.
Yeah, it looked like they may displaced a tire or two. They took a look. Yeah, pretty quick work down there.
Yeah, exactly. They're now back underway.
If you're at 944 coming in, there's not enough room between you and that flatbed, so you got to give way. And that's where that track really tightens up through there. So, you know what? You're a little bit bigger than I am. Why don't I let you get through the corner, and then I'll peel around away from
Exactly.
you.
I think that's Patty Moscone in the number 26 car. Great, very good decision making by Patty in that car. One can throw its weight around, the other one not as much. So. So as we break things down, and hopefully we'll be going back to green flag here pretty quickly, knowing that the situation did clear itself again. In Spec Boxster, Lawson Wilder, your leader, Dan Rubel and Sam Halabi, your top 3. Di Stefano, Shahadi, and Yortsoy, your top 3 in Spec Cayman. Gary Stanberry, Doug Switzer, and the Isabels, top 3 in GT4. Ari German, Jordan Simon, John Patton in G. In SB3, Ken Agna, Greg Rochick, and Tanner Market, and then a 911 Cup, and we are going to spend, we're going back to green flag racing, Brian, and we are back underway. In 911 Cup, it's Nikic, Enger, and Farragut, even with that run down the pit lane. Unfortunately for Alex Farragut, I think he's actually a lap down, or she's a lap down, pardon me, at the moment. And in GTB1, it's Dylan Murray and Angus Rogers.
The 029 Mizrahi, who brought out that caution, is sitting here in the black flag box. They're taking a look at it. So this is not his official pit stop. This is a trip to the black flag box, and we'll see if they're going to send that car or keep him on pit road. But again, the car that brought out this latest caution, the 029 right now, sits in the black flag box here on pit road. We'll update you once we know what's going on.
Yeah, and he did leave some pieces and parts from his machine over at turn 5. So when the teams got over, the emergency services teams got over there, they had to get a front bumper cap, and there is substantial damage on the right-hand side of the car. He's just left that black flag station. We'll see if he heads back behind the wall. I suspect he probably will. And indeed, Gil Mizrahi's day is now done.
You know, let's go back real quick to Edwin, what you were talking about earlier about trying to make an earlier pit stop here within that, we're right at that 30-minute mark. Well, we had a couple laps of under the double yellow and the full course caution. That's going to give you another lap and a half, maybe 2 laps. Look for these drivers now. If they were going to make that early pit stop, now they're going to back that up and they're going to delay that. And so it may be another 5 to 10 minutes worth of green flag racing, as it looks like we got a plethora of cars coming out of Oak Tree there that just kind of dazzled back and forth there. But what it does is it takes you now, you can go longer because of the fuel consumption that you had, where you had a lap and a half, maybe even 2 laps total under both of our full course cautions.
Yeah, and maybe, you know, one thought is if you were starting further back than you felt like you were, you know, based on your speed or whatever, maybe you think, I'm going to light fuel it for the first half, try to jump some positions early, and you're right. Now you've got to maybe pedal it a little bit softer to get to your mark. So.
All right, well, we've hit the 30-minute mark. We're now 1/3 of the way. This 90-minute enduro, and we are yet to see, I think, any drivers take their 5-minute pit stop at this point. As we mentioned, the 2 full course cautions likely affected that considerably. But, Brian, what we've seen in many cases is that the drivers are usually running to about halfway, usually 45, 50 minutes or thereabouts, and then coming in for the pit stops. We've got, it looks like we had at least one driver drop off into the dirt on the outside of turn 1 over at the horseshoe. You can see a little bit of dust and dirt going up through the air. And just as I say that, the 320 machine, probably the is it the 320?
320, I believe.
Yeah, comes onto the pit lane. That's Greg Rochik in his SP3 class 944 S2, and he comes in for his pit stop. Crew is looking the car over, taking tire pressures, likely letting a little bit of air out of the tires, not seeing any other work being done on the car. So he will be in for his 5-minute pit stop, the first to stop here at VIR.
Let's go back to, go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say, we've seen this many times with Greg Rochik and that team. They pit a little early, was sitting back in 4th place in that SP3, a little bit further back probably than he wanted to. Again, goes in, gets the changes that he wants. He knows that Ken Agnaw, Tanner Marquette, Connor Henderson, as well as Robert Boxall, they all have to pit again. So he's going to come in a little bit earlier. Probably didn't like the handling after they went back to Green Flag Racing. But this is nothing short of what we've seen from Greg and that team.
Yeah, and you know, the possible thought process here also, Brian, is especially after these 2 full course cautions, where the entire field is still really condensed down to 1/3 of the racetrack. We saw them all coming out of Oak Tree and on the back straight still. Is if this is timed correctly, Rochik may find himself with quite a bit of clear air ahead of him that he can just go and knock out a few hero laps, go and make up that ground. And these other racers, when they go in to take their pit stops, especially if they go halfway or what have you, there's a good chance that they're going to come back out in a bunch of traffic.
Well, and here's another plus of an early stop. So if you make your stop early, well, guess what? Then if there's a full course caution, you get to make up a lot of your ground. So your 5-minute gap sort of disappears a little bit. You at least get to catch the group in front of you. And one more thing on fuel, guys. Question is, and I know it depends on the car, how much of a weight advantage as far as performance goes does light fueling? Is there a substantial advantage to light fueling during the first part?
I don't think you'll see any of these drivers do light fueling, right? They're going to top that thing up because they know that they've probably got 45, maybe 50 minutes worth of fuel in there. In some, actually, these guys I've seen go the full hour and a half, right? They, especially in our spec Boxsters, even I believe our spec Caymans will do that. Some of our 911 Cup drivers may put some fuel in it just to get it back to where when they started, they get the same handling characteristics other than maybe the tires being a little bit worn out. When I'm looking at times right now, times are starting to slow down a little bit. When I say slow down, kind of gain, right? Where we had Dylan Murray was running that 159. He's been averaging that 201, 202 time frame. Throw out the full course cautions. Now back down to that 2 minutes, as it looks like there's our 029 right there. And the reason why I say that is because there's no rear bumper there. So.
Nope,
that's actually the 145.
145, exactly.
That's Sam Halabi.
They have matching rear no bumpers.
Yeah, well, one doesn't have a front cover or front nose, and the other one doesn't have the rear. So now you've got a full car between both of them.
All right, on the pit lane now, Daniel Rubel, who pitted in from 3rd in Spec Boxster. He's now fallen back to 4th. He's been here for about a minute or so now, and so we'll see where he comes back out, his crew. Just walking around the car. He's Rubel, you know, as you said, Brian, a lot of the spec boxers probably not needing to take fuel, and he is just going to be sitting there probably with a stopwatch on the dash, looking for when he can go back out.
Yeah, most of these drivers will have those little counters on their steering wheel or somewhere on there, and the minute the race starts, they click on that to go through so that they know exactly two things. One, they can use it for their pit stop time, so they know when they enter it in, they click on it because they got to be within that after that 5 minutes by the time they get to the end of the pit road. And then some of them look at it as far as an overall time perspective of how long they're on the racetrack. That's how they're measuring their fuel. We talked yesterday about time over distance. Well, now this is time over fuel, or time over gallons, I guess.
All right, we've got another driver on the pit lane. And looks like a driver change may be happening. I'll try and get it's much further down from Edwin's in my spot here in the North Tower. We'll try and get the number on that car soon enough. Should pop up here momentarily. I think it might possibly be Patrick James in the 141 Spec Cayman.
I believe you are correct. He's fallen right now down to the bottom of timing and scoring, so that would make sense. Whatever the issue was with the 79, Alex Al have not seen the 79 return, so we will assume they had to flat tow him in from turn one, so they're still in the paddock working. We'll assume he might be done for this morning's race.
Believe, guys, we have other cars on pit road as well. Looking at my timing and scoring, I think we've got the 341 of the Hendersons on pit road. You may have the Isabels on pit road as well. That is a full driver change. I wouldn't be surprised if the 341, if Connor's father Chip gets in that car. I know he was running the sprint races this weekend, so not sure if Connor's running the full hour and a half where they're going to do a driver change as well. But some of these cars now starting to make that pit stop. You talked about Daniel Rubel. He's been on there for quite some time. So again, this is where this is kind of the avenue of the time frame of where they need to be.
Yeah, I think we've also got Ian Rogensky in the number 97 Spec Cayman, and quite possible. Well, we talked about Patrick James as well. And again, much further down the pit lane, as the 771 machine, Daniel Rubel leaves his pit stall, and he appears to be heading back out on track.
Back at the front here, this Murray car and Angus Rogers, they continue to run close together here, about a second apart. And again, they're just trying to, I would say, log some early laps here. They've been quick, but they've fallen off. Their quick laps were both down in the 159, and now they're running right around the 201, 202 per lap. So yes, a little slower, but nothing dramatic. So they continue to run up front. Now, they don't have a huge gap. Gary Stanberry, that 66 car, has been great all weekend. Stanberry runs third overall. He's a little over 3 seconds behind those lead two. But again, of course, all of those folks in the front are yet to make their mandatory pit stop.
And I'll tell you, we were, as we mentioned about maybe with these early pit stops being sent back out with clear air, looks like Daniel Rubel just hit that perfectly. You saw as he came off the pit lane, he had half of the front straight ahead of him with no traffic, and I think he's probably got a good 80 car lengths or so of nothing but clean air, and he probably won't have to worry about any of those racers until a little bit later on in this race. This allows him, again, to throw in some flyers and maybe make up some ground to the leaders there in class.
It's like Kurt Leda in that 002 in that Spec Boxster, also on pit road as well right now. Again, still have the Isabels doing their 5-minute mark. We talked about Eugene Basha. He is out after 4 laps there. So a couple of guys just now starting to make their pit stops more and more. Again, Greg, as you mentioned, really trying to get that clean air when they come out so that they're not in that group of drivers. That could be an advantage, and it could be a disadvantage when we get to the end, because we're going to start to see a lot more drivers getting on pit road as the time starts to wind down. 50 minutes still left. Long way to go here. Not even at the halfway point in this race, so still got about 5 minutes more to go with that. But just a reminder, the pit window closes 10 minutes before the end of the race, so an hour and 20 minutes. That pit window is going to close. You're going to have to get on there before that time frame.
And we got Jay Integro 1001 in the chat again today, and of course, yesterday he gave us that great breakdown of the incident we saw on the back straight. But he made a very good point here as the number 97 car is now heading back out on track about, as we talked about the 29 machine of Farragut, and then also the 79 machine that really must have thought, or probably not the 79, the 771, that thought we've got a car off going into the Oak Tree turn in that double apex right-hander. If you carry a little bit too much speed up the hill, it's not hard to push wide. So we've got the local caution over at turn 11 now. But he made the point that the 29 of Farragut, the 771, they must have thought that they were going to beat that double yellow onto the pit lane, and then were basically just sent right back out. They lost a ton of time, and that has really helped Lawson Wilder immensely.
Well, it's almost like having to serve a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically, yes.
It was even worse than a drive-through because they came down. They came to a complete stop, both of them, and then the officials basically had to tell them, "Go on, get out of here." It's far worse than if they had pitted in for a shorter period of time than the 5-minute minimum. And again, Lawson Wilder now, I think we're going to find that may have been all he needed to take home a win, as long as he can keep that car on track, as we go with Jason Nikic now, who's pitting in 911 Cup.
And remember, Greg, he may have gotten a call from his team that said, there is a car off before we go to double yellow. Come in here and get it. So now if we just went double yellow here.
And we are.
So he's on pit lane before it was. This should stand, or they may do the same thing they did before and wave him through.
Let's see.
And it looks like he's going. He's
got his crew man right there waiting for him.
Boy, that's perfectly timed, isn't it?
Yeah, he got it. He got it just right, and I don't see any officials running to him either. And the folks in race control appear to be okay with it, as we've got a couple other racers now coming down. Let's see.
Donald Enger right in front of him.
Yeah.
Looks like all of our 911s.
And Boxel in the 323 machine. I have a feeling here, at least with Boxel, he may not have made it in time. And we've got a number of racers now. The 257, that's the Isabel car. They are now heading back out. They finished their pit stop. And I am showing, let's see, we're also showing Ryan Farragut now in the 29 machine on the pit lane. So I think the 29 car did come in prior to the double yellow coming out. Crew is looking over that car right now.
And I think, Greg, the 229, which is Alex Farragut. So you've got that whole crew with both of those cars. I think when we showed at the top of the hill there at the Oak Tree, and when we went back to the next shot coming down the roller coaster, she was in the center of that roller coaster getting back through, and it took a couple extra seconds before that double. She may have gotten to that line into the entry of pit road before that double yellow came out as well. So good call by some of these teams.
Yeah, I was going to say, and especially if they stand in the case, in the case of Ryan Farragut, who we were just talking about, got really caught out by the first full course caution. If and again, I don't see any. They're not sending him back out. When I say they, I mean the officials here. He may have just been able to make up for that early mistake, as we've got our emergency services teams now responding to that car on the outside or at the entrance to the Oak Tree.
Yeah, that car not able to continue. So you see sending those around there, and that will be. Here we are right at halfway. Pretty low attrition, because that's only going to be our fourth car to drop out. So attrition in the first half of this has been very, very low. If that, I believe that is, did we determine that is Patrick James there?
Yeah, I believe.
So
well, we'll have to see.
We'll confirm, yeah. So anyway, whatever that car is, if it drops out, it'll only be our fourth retiree, and we're halfway through. In fact, we're just coming up on the 45-minute mark.
Yeah, I don't think it's James, because we've seen James down for a number of laps. I think James was possibly on a pit stop at the time. So
he's only got 11 laps completed, so he's been back behind the wall for a while. He's been on pit road for quite some time. You're not going to sit on pit road for 4 laps here,
right?
Exactly. You may lose 2.5, but not 4 currently. So.
All right. Well, we'll see if we can pick up who. Well, actually, we'll know in just a moment. As soon as this
Comes
field
down, yes.
comes down onto the front straight, likely who that is.
But that's really, like I said, that's low attrition here halfway through. So some of these cars who said, hey, we're not sure, we're going to limp around, we're going to do this or that. So far, they've been, I won't say bulletproof, but somewhat bulletproof.
All right. As the pace car now brings the field onto the front straight, where we will complete lap number 20. Again, we are under full course caution here at Virginia International Raceway. And the top 10 driver, or top 9 drivers have already crossed the start finish line.
And that's what I wanted to see, how many we still have on the lead lap. Top 11 still there on the lead lap. We'll let Judge and a few others go through.
And as that pack's now trying to close up as well.
So you've got,
Yeah.
I think, Judge in the 159. You got Andrew Murphy still there, just trying to get a handle on cars on the lead lap. It looks like 13 cars on the lead lap here halfway through. Now, you got to wait till everybody recycles through, but it looks like, I'm going to say right now, Andrew Murphy, the 47, 13th spot, he right now will be the last car on the lead lap. Question is, though, some of those guys have not made their mandatory pit stop, so it'll reshuffle as well. We're just past halfway.
Right now, I am showing Ken Agnaw dropping down slightly through the order here in the number 15, 944.
Well, he's just coming through the S's now. So
This is now, yeah. So it's not him.
I'm wondering could that be the Connor Henderson machine up there? It looked like a gray machine, and he's only done 14 laps. I know they came down pit road. I'm still showing him as red, not coming back across the start-finish line.
Yeah.
So if he came out of the pits and went up there, and I'm also seeing there's no data has been off for 2 laps. So I believe that very well could be that 341 machine up there.
That's just what I was thinking, Brian.
And I just saw Angus Rogers, the number 9, was on pit road. That's a little confusing. They're still showing Rogers at the top of timing and scoring, but I'm pretty sure I just saw the 9 go by. As now somebody's needing a push to start.
Yeah, the Markut machine, the 896 car, they're having to they were trying to get him push started here on the pit lane. We also have the 26 car rolling by. And the number 9 car, it looks like is being held on the pit lane. That's Angus Rogers.
Yeah, that is Angus. That's what I'm saying. They're still showing him once we recycle through, but did Rogers come down pit road late when the pit lane was still closed?
Yeah, I think that may very well be the issue here. Is we've got one of our race officials down on the pit lane holding the number 9 car, Angus Rogers, not allowing it to go out, and I wonder if they're going to basically put him to the end of the field as it comes around. Or
yeah, but if so, that would put him. I think that would put him a full lap behind.
Correct.
Murray.
Yeah,
absolutely, it would.
I wonder if that was just a missed call to the pits, or did he have a mechanical had to come and they're like, sorry, you can't do it.
Right. But he has not been allowed to rejoin.
And here comes the field. The field will be on the front, and I see the pace car right now. So field is on this front straightaway, and if you're watching timing and score it, you're going to watch that number 9 car tumble.
Well, and they have just now released Angus Rogers just ahead of we believe ahead of the pace car.
Willie ducked back in behind the pace car because he was a lap ahead of everybody else, and it does look like that's exactly what's doing. Yep. So everybody. So now him, Murray, Stanberry, Hodges, DiStefano, Yortzoy. Now they're all in the same. So I think that what had happened was the pace car picked up Dylan Murray.
Right.
In
Yes.
which that would put Angus Rogers technically a lap down. They had to get him back in, hold the field, or hold him until the field came back around to make sure, because he was the leader, and they picked him up there at the end. So.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I guess it would put him a lap. Would have put him a lap.
Put him a lap ahead.
Yeah,
Would have put him a lap ahead. Yep.
Just at the bit, but at the very back of the field,
Tail
it would
end
have
of
been
it. Yep.
impossible
Yep.
for Murray or Stanberry or anybody to get up to him.
And you know what? There's so many people to put on an event like this. Give a tip of the cap there to the folks next door in timing and scoring
noticed it quickly.
who caught that early. And luckily, it was in a situation like this where we were under the double yellow and they could fix it. So nice job of catching that and getting that fixed. And we mentioned it yesterday. When these cautions come out, field is spread out. Picking up the leader sounds like it should be this very simple and easy thing. It is very difficult sometimes because the pace car wants to get out there as quick as they can to get the field under control, because the track is not safe for high speed racing at that time. And so it's that combination of trying to get the field in check and also pick up the leader. It is not as easy as it sounds.
All right, well, as the pace car now brings the field out up through the climbing S's here at VIR and into South Bend, we should be able to see soon what the status of the recovery is by Oak Tree.
Yeah, it looked like the car just come to a stop. I didn't see any damage, and that's a good sign.
Well, yeah, that is a very good sign here. Hopefully we'll be going back to green flag racing this next time by.
Don't be surprised if we do go back green flag racing, our top 5 cars, the minute they complete that, well, no, because they have to go by the start-finish line first in order to take that. So once that green flag comes out, look for them to more than likely do 1 lap and then come right down to pit road, because, again, we got about 28 minutes left before that pit road closes. So don't be surprised some of these cars are really getting down to the end where they need to get that break in.
Here's a technicality question. So let's say it goes green and Rogers and Murray have already crossed start finish. If I'm further back in the pack, can I jump onto pit lane, or do I have to take the green before I can jump onto pit lane?
That's why the 3 of us are announcers and not stewards, but I clearly would think.
I've never been that far back in the pack, Ed.
Well,
well
okay, here we go. I have. I will raise my hand. I have. I've never had to make that pit stop in that, because I was always the second driver that went in, so I didn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, my guess is that the pit road would remain closed until the field has cross start finish.
Yeah.
We'll find out soon enough.
Well, I was going to say, we're going to find out here momentarily, because it looks like the pace car lights are out, so we're going back green.
All right, pace car now comes through Oak Tree, heads to the pit lane, turning the field back over to Angus Rogers as he's going to lead them to the start-finish line, and the green flag is in the air. And if we stay on this shot, we'll be able to see if anybody comes to the pit lane.
No,
doesn't look like they are.
No.
I think they have to complete 1 lap if they go back to green. Now, Gary Stanberry looks like he's going to make the move on, I'm not sure if that was the Dylan Murray or the Angus Rogers, but Gary Stanberry in that silver number 66 looked like he made a heck of a move right off on the start. Maybe going back a little bit further.
Yeah, I think that might have been on. Well, let's see. That's Dylan Murray there running in second. So Stanberry is now looks like a very distant third. So he may have come in very hot going into 1 and just was not able to carry the speed out of the horseshoe because of that, as he's now dropped about 20 car lengths back behind Rogers and Murray.
I think maybe when we picked it up, he was making the big move on Matt DiStefano in that number 93 in that black car, and I was thinking that may have been the Dylan Murray machine along with the Angus Rogers. But it does look like Murray and Rogers have pulled away from Gary Stanberry.
Yeah, and you can see in that shot, they've more or less early on here checked out. They've got about 30 car lengths on the entire rest of the field. There's Stanberry, who's also gone and stretched things out over. There's Hodges leading the second group. Going 3 wide up into 11. We'll see, and let's see if we can watch them as they go and all try to figure out how to then go from 3 to 2 wide out of Oak Tree, as they were getting a little bottled up there, I think, but behind the spec Cayman of DiStefano.
They used the original curbing, they used the added curbing, and then they used a little dirt.
A little dirt as well.
He did it all.
And that's the only way to get 3 cars wide through there.
Well, let's see. We had mentioned possibly now after they've done this first lap, would anybody jump in and do a pit stop here? So we'll see in just a moment. We've got that pit in camera, so we'll be able to see if anybody does that. Leaders are back down, so the leaders did not. Now the 341.
Stanberry on pit road.
Lane.
Yep.
And we also have, and I think you were right, Brian, the 341 of Henderson. The Porsche 944 just rolled by us here on the pit lane, and
a couple more now coming
back to the paddock. Yeah, as we've got now, as you suspected, Brian, a whole lineup of cars coming down the pit lane to take service.
Some of these teams need to hire me as their race strategist going forward.
Guys, I want to jump to a battle real quick. We're going to see it coming down there on the inside, going into turn 1 in 911 Cup, where we've got Alex. Oh, pardon me. All of a sudden, my brain is
Farragut.
Farragut, thank you. Right on the back of Jason Nikic. They came down the front straight. They both went to the inside, so it's hard to see in that camera. But there they are, right. And Nikic has managed to put a Cayman between him and Alex Farragut. But great move there, as we now have right in front of us the 00 on the pit lane.
And keep in mind, she is one full lap down. It looks like Ken Agnall is going to make a left-hand turn, made the right, or made the left, and then made another left. Looks like he's pulling down the bottom of that hill there, Greg. So definitely Ken Agnall having a problem in that number 15 machine. But Alex Farragut is a full lap down from Jason Nikic.
Yeah, so trying to unlap herself and again, well, both of those racers have already taken their pit stops. It looked like Agnall was trying to get behind the cutout in the wall over there and was not quite able to make it, as we now go on board with Jason Nikic. And you can see how hectic it is right here, as Nikic now right behind, that's what, the 19?
Greg, does he have a problem? Because he keeps looking down at something, and he's talking on the radio there. You can see him pushing the radio button.
Yeah.
And he keeps looking downward, and Alex Farragut just went by him. That's her ahead of him. And I believe that's Ryan Farragut next to him, so he's getting the Farragut sandwich there between both of them. But I'm wondering if he had a little bit of an issue coming out of the oak tree, because he continued to look down into the seat and pushing the radio button.
Let me give you a little update on pit road, because we've got a couple right in front of us. Nate DeSantos in the 00. He came in, they checked some tire pressures, offered him a drink, and that's all they really did, and looked the car over. Same thing behind the 16 car of Lawson Wilder. Came in, they checked tire pressures, and now the 00, they want to make sure that they've got the nuts tight on the wheels. That's important too. But really not a lot. You saw them check tire pressures, offer the driver something to drink. The 16, they're having a little bit of a conversation with Wilder, but other than that, no fueling, and like I said, no tire change.
All right, so I want to thank Colin Mazzola, who had brought up the rule for us here. Says, quoting out of the PCA Enduro handbook, that a driver may enter the pit road to make the required pit stop on the restart lap, provided that the driver has crossed the start-finish line on the track under green flag conditions of the restart.
Yeah, so they have to complete that lap.
Yes,
because they have to go past the start-finish line on the racing surface and not past the start-finish line on pit road. So yes, they have to complete that lap.
All right, so we'll see here what our officials decide to do about the Agnall machine. At this point, I haven't seen them deploy any racers or any emergency services teams from the staging area that is just past our tower here. But I do see some calls coming that they may have the safety car stand up. As a matter of fact, I do see the lights on the safety car on the pit lane. And we are indeed going to a full course caution right as we hit the 59-minute, almost 2/3 of the way through this race. Our leaders on track at the moment: David Hodges in Spec 997, Matt DiStefano and Eric Yortsoy both in Spec Cayman, John Patton in the G class, and Jordan Simon in the G class. That's your top 5. Then Terrence Judge, Andrew Murphy, Angus Rogers, Dylan Murray, and Ari German round out the top 10. Since we are now up at the top of the hour, And we are under full course caution. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here at Virginia International Raceway, where it's the rumble at the old oak tree. Stay with us.
At Yokohama, they believe that motorsports are the ultimate test of performance, innovation, and durability. Everything they learn while competing under the grueling race conditions leads to better performing, longer-lasting tires for the track and the street. Yokohama's partnership with Porsche Club of America, Porsche Motorsport North America, and USAC brings you the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA Series run exclusively on Yokohama tires. Additionally, Yokohama provides the spec tire for Porsche Sprint Challenge and Porsche Endurance Challenge. Visit yokohamatire.com to see their tire selections for your street or track car.
East of New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of 2 components, a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
Is the Rumble at the Old Oak Tree, presented by the First Settlers region of the Porsche Club of America. We want to thank, of course, our event sponsors, Porsche South Point and Porsche of Virginia Beach, and the sponsor of this Enduro race, Toyo Tires. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati and Edwin Pardue. And Edwin, you have some updates as to the status of pit lane.
Yeah, so Murray and Angus Rogers and a Stanbury, they were all on pit road when that double yellow, that full course came out. And then we'll also assume then that they were going to make that driver change in the 777. So Prey, we will assume, is behind the wheel. So those 3 cars were on pit road. So yes, it saves them some track time. But we talked about finding a gap on the track. They won't have a gap because
they'll be right at the end of the line.
Yeah, right at the back end of the field. And Brian, I think that's got now most of our field has served their pit stop.
Yeah, it looks like we've got 7 drivers that have not made their pit stop. 41, David Hodges, Matt DiStefano in the 93, Eric Yortsoy in the 321, John Patton in the number 2, Jordan Simon, Terrence Judge, and I believe Andrew Murphy has not made a pit stop. So it looks like we're getting ready to go back to green. Look for those guys to do 1 lap and then come back on pit road, hopefully.
Yeah, indeed. So we are now back to green flag racing here. And again, thanks again to Colin Mazzola that those drivers, they will, now that they're green, of course, well, they wouldn't have been able to pit in before the green came out anyhow.
Correct.
And they're at the very front of the field. No.
I believe that's the 29 or the 229 there of Alex Farragut, having some brake problems, a little bit of lockup there, taking a few cars out. Hopefully all of them are going to be able to continue as they come from the shadows of the hill up on the top coming out of turn 2.
Yeah, that was I would call that very optimistic at best if it was not a hardware issue. There and appear to be contact. We'll see if all the cars manage to continue or not. At the moment, let's see. Let's look a little bit further back. They'll be coming through 2:25 right now, and I don't see the 2:29 car, Brian.
Well, maybe she didn't have those Essex brakes on there as we talked with them yesterday.
Oh, yeah. I would say paging Wade Calvert.
Yeah, correct. Exactly. Wade and Nick Lund, you're needed over in the 229 pit here, please.
What a great time to go to Nikich's onboard, though. That was perfect.
Yeah, I want to thank, and again, Jordan Worth, our director, great camera switching there. Almost as if he knew it was going to happen.
He may have. So now let's see. The leaders are coming down that back straightaway. Let's see if indeed those front 7 will pit this time by.
And I do not see the lights on the pace car as of yet. We are still green. So as our leaders, those top 6 come down the hill, they will, and you see them all bunched together. They should be able to make it to, I see the starters reaching for some flags.
Oh, better hurry and get to pit road.
Well, nope. They've put them all back down. I think we're okay.
And nobody pits.
Yeah.
Eric Yortsoy, I believe, is going to make that pit stop right now.
Yeah.
That was a late entry.
Yes, it was.
Very well, and they did stay green, so the decision hasn't been made yet. Interestingly enough, as we were talking about the gaps and not gaps, so those drivers that pitted early and actually were able to beat the last full course caution that got added to the very back of the field, it's almost a double whammy because the only drivers, of course, yet to pit were all at the very front of the field, and they may actually be in a good shape that since the field here is still all bunched up, they may actually get that clear air when they finish up their 5 minutes.
It may help them with track position, but with a 5-minute stop under full course yellow versus green, that could be a lap. Yeah, well, it could be a lap difference depending on how long the yellow. So, yeah, it doesn't help you with track position, but it could help you with being a lap or two ahead of somebody else. Too much math.
So
Brian,
here's one of the things we got to think about, gentlemen, is the fact that we've got 23 minutes left to go in this race. Remember, we've seen a couple of incidents here and there where we've gone to that double yellow and we still have 4 drivers now, because I believe we've got Terrence Judge that may have come on pit road as well, where they have not pitted yet. So you're running the risk of, with only 12 minutes left to go in the whole pit window, is if something else happens and you can't get to pit road. Right, you see David Hodges right there. He's had that turn signal on now for a while when he goes up to the top of the roller coaster. I look for him to come down pit road within the next lap here,
indeed,
as well as some of these other drivers, because you're running a really big risk of not making that pit window, as Gary Stanberry now is going to go by Hodges, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see here.
There he is.
And there he is coming down the pit lane. So Judge in that H-Class 964 chassis, he did need to get out of the car because they are refueling that car. Of course, with the 5-minute pit stop, should be plenty of time for him to get back into the vehicle and in order to fuel the car for another 20, basically 18 minutes or so. It shouldn't take that much.
And at least on this end of pit road, that's one of the few cars that has actually taken fuel on the stop. So
well, and it looks like the 41 car of David Hodges likely going to need fuel as well. He is getting out of the car as well.
So Hodges was our leader until he just made this pit stop. And again, now we should be almost cycled through with everyone pitting, maybe except for the 93. Brian, is he our only one not to pit yet?
And
yes.
Okay, and want to have a few updates here. The 229 of Alex Farragut, she is in the black flag station as the officials brought her down the pit lane to look at the car. The Fox 56 machine, which I believe was involved in that incident, Dominic Belvedere, he came down the pit lane as well. They black flagged that car. They wanted to look to see if there was damage that would prevent him from continuing the race. The officials looked that car over. They have now sent him back out on track.
So Di Stefano still the only car not to make that pit stop, running out of time to do it here. Needs to do it the next 10 minutes, so we should see him there early. And then it takes a lap or so. It'll reset all that timing and scoring, and we assume then we'll see our early leaders back up front.
Yeah, it should recycle back around where Angus Rogers will more than likely be back up front, along with, I believe, Franklin Prey should be in the vehicle now in that 777, followed by Ariel German in that 475. That should be your top three after these recycle here. Again, Matt DiStefano has not pitted. David Hodges on pit road right now, and I do believe John Payton may also be on pit road now.
All right, and so the Farragut machine, Alex Farragut, officials finished looking that car over. She is taking that car back behind the wall. Looks like her day is now done.
Now, one driver that got shaken out a little bit and seems to be running a spot or two behind where they were is that number 66 of Gary Stanbury. We saw him in that front three. We saw him kind of make a run for the lead on that last spot. So you would, or excuse me, last restart. So you would think it would be Rogers and Murray and Stanbury when they get back. But Stanbury now has a couple of cars that have slotted in between he and those eventual front two. So we're not sure if what happened to Stanbury, if it was just a slow lap in the pits or coming back out. But Stanbury looks like he's lost a couple spots to the eventual leaders.
All right, 321 machine leaves pit stall. It is now rejoining.
Greg, if we can stay with this shot right here. So this is the battle for Spec Boxer. This is the lead with Ryan Farragut and Lawson Wilder. And they've got a full lap on the 145, the rear bumperless of Sam Halabi.
Right.
But that is the battle for Spec Boxer for the overall lead in that class right there. Looks like, I believe, one of our GTB1 cars is trying to get through that as well, which is going to affect Lawson Wilder coming up through the S's as well as Ryan Farragut. But Ryan Farragut, again, made that pit stop a little early. Remember, he was one of the ones that came on pit road right before that double yellow and then was sent back out, so it didn't get on pit road in time.
Right, and then had the luck of the full course caution
Correct.
a little later on to kind of make up for it. And even with that early misstep, Farragut, now your leader in Spec Boxer, trying to hold off Lawson Wilder. He's going to have to do it for another 18 minutes here today. Sam Halabi, as you mentioned, in that 145 machine, he had just finished his 5-minute mandatory pit stop a few moments ago. He is a considerable distance back as the 313 machine now rejoins as well. And that is Frank Osborne. Frank, our sole ME1 racer here this weekend, is this battle now coming down through the roller coaster. And as I'm looking through, Brian, and looking at our many classes racing here today, this is by far, not only for a podium position, or not only for the lead, but for a podium position, by far the closest thing that we have on track. Right now, Doug Switzer with a 17-second advantage in GT4. In Spec Cayman, Matt DiStefano, who again is yet, I believe, is that our only racer yet to pit?
He has not pitted yet. Yeah.
So he's got 2 laps on Wahid Shahadi, which you would expect given that he hasn't pitted. Shahadi has a lap on Eric Yortsoy. So when DiStefano pits, that will likely move Shahadi to a pretty good-sized lead, actually about 47 seconds. Over in, of course, we're watching that Spec Boxster battle. In GT4, Switzer with 17 seconds over Stanbury. In G, Ari German with a little over a minute on John Patton. And in SP3, with that retirement from Ken Agnaw, Rochik with 23 seconds over Robert Boxall.
And let's go back to GT4 for just a second. Sorry there, Brian, but again, Stanbury had been 3rd overall and had a gap back to Switzer. And now after this rotation of pit stops, Switzer's moved up to 5th and leads GT4 overall. Stanbury, as we mentioned, is now about 18 seconds. Now he's cut it to 12 seconds. But Stanbury, who had been top 3 overall, has fallen to 6th, and he's fallen out of the lead in GT4. So not sure what happened to Stanbury there during the pit stops.
That could be a product of when you came out, right? So we talked about that before, that gap where you try to, maneuver yourself in, where you come back out and get into a, an area where there's not going to be any cars when you come out. And it could be that Stanberry got in. We saw him when Hodges came down on pit road. He was right behind him making that move. And it could be that he got held up, number one, because of that, and that allowed Switzer to stay out in front by that, as you mentioned, down to 12 seconds now. Look for that to shrink even more.
Well, talk about being held up. Lawson Wilder probably just beating on the steering wheel as he had a car that he had to follow all the way down through the roller coaster. And Ryan Farragut now, in the course of a single lap, went from a 0.2 of a second lead to a 2 second, actually almost 2.5 second lead over Lawson Wilder in Spec Boxster with 15 minutes remaining.
Well, Lawson Wilder went off in turn 3, put 2 wheels off on the right-hand side on the lap before, and that allowed Donald Anger to get right up in that group as well. So he had dropped back by about 7-8 car lengths after that. It was right there where he went off the lap before. So that opened up that gap, and again, Donald Anger got through. But you're right, Greg. He had to follow Donald Anger all the way down the roller coaster, which didn't help either.
Yeah, and in this section of the track, that 911 Cup car is perhaps quicker than the Spec Boxsters, but it is very clear that the very nimble Boxsters much more quick through the roller coaster. And as Farragut starts to drive away a little bit, we'll see if Farragut has the same challenges up at the roller coaster this next time by, because it looks as though Don Anger may be able to affect the pass once they get onto the back straight.
So DiStefano up front still has not made.
No, he's on pit road. He is on pit road.
All right,
he is on pit road. Yep. I was just getting ready to come back and say that our overall leader did make that pit stop.
Back with 911 Cup, we mentioned yesterday, that was a whale of a race. And right now, Nick Hitch, as we said, he leads. He's 8th overall, leads in 911 Cup. And Anger is 2nd overall, but Anger is still about 12 seconds. We'll see here in a little bit when it resets, but I think Anger was still about 12 seconds behind. So that's a battle in the top 10 and battle for first place in 911 Cup.
And there you go. As I mentioned, Don Anger gets around the Farragut machine before they get into the roller coaster. And now this is, as the tables turn, the scales of justice, I guess, Lawson Wilder are able to make up a lot of that for lost time just in the roller coaster alone. But there may be more trouble on the horizon, Brian, as they go down into turn number 1, because it looks like David Hodges there is going to possibly slide past both of those spec Boxsters.
Yeah, they've got couple faster cars coming on there. You've got him and you've got Eric Yortsoy that's just behind there. So Lawson Wilder now, you can see him. He's right up on the back bumper. He's going to try to look to the inside there on Ryan Farragut, not able to make that stick. Eric Yortsoy is going to have to try to get by really quickly. If I'm Ryan Farragut, I want to hold both of those cars back, especially going up through the S's, so that you don't alter your line. If you alter your line for that Yortsoy machine, that is going to allow Lawson Wilder to really gain an advantage, because he can use some of that arrow. As now Yortsoy is going to go driver's left and try to sneak in there. And Greg, you can't put 2 cars right there in driver's left right there.
Well, you can, but usually right about here is where it all goes wrong. Once you get past the entrance to the S's, you usually make it to the right-hander there, and then, usually things don't end up well. But they did this time, but now Farragut once again has Lawson Wilder only half a car length back as they come up the rise towards the Oak Tree turn. And I don't think they're going to have to necessarily worry about any faster traffic directly behind them at the moment.
You guys touched on this a minute ago. This is a good race in GT4. Switzer and Stanberry, that gap is down to only 5 seconds. So GT4, Switzer and Stanberry within 5 seconds. And we talked about the 911 Cup. Let's see where that gap is. That gap is still 13 seconds between Nikic and Anger. But the GT4 race, that's a good one right now.
All right, the 93 car of DiStefano, pit stop complete, our last driver to take the required 5-minute pit stop. He is now on his way back out, and another driver who's just come down the pit lane, the 159 of Terrence Judge. We saw the car here early on taking fuel, and Brian, I think they may have either released that car early or Judge might have an issue.
I think he's got an issue because I think he just made the turn down at the end of the paddock. We see it on the camera. You can see it right there just to the left of there. Again, the only one only one in the H class, but definitely have a problem because you've got to cross the start-finish line at the end of the race in order to pick up that win.
Indeed. All right, so his day is now done as well. And so, as he goes, and again, our only racer in the H class now retires early. So looking at SP3, as we talk about attrition in SP3, Greg Rochek, your leader, with Robert Boxell running second in class. They are the only two remaining out of what was a 5-car field to start off today's race. And at the moment, Rochek with a very nice advantage. Rochek running 16th overall, Boxell running 19th, but there is somewhere along the lines of, I think, 22 seconds separating those two drivers at the moment.
Greg, we'd have to go back and look, but I do not believe in that spec Boxer class. Ryan Farragut, I know last year I don't think he's won an Enduro since we started covering this. So that will be a big win here at VIR if he can hold off Lawson Wilder in that number 16 machine, that Red Bull paint scheme white spec Boxer. So this will be a pretty good pickup there for him.
All right, well, they should be coming to the top of the roller coaster right about, not right now. There's Don Anger, and there you go, as Farragut, who's looked a little stronger than Wilder coming down through the roller coaster, has about 3 car lengths on him, actually probably closer to 5 as they get down to Hog Pen, turn 17 here at VIR, and come onto the front straight as those two racers now going and completing lap number, for them it will be lap number 32, I believe, in the book, starting lap number 33.
We should have Switzer and Stanberry coming down the front straightaway here in a moment. That's, again, 3rd and 4th place. It's the battle for the lead in GT4. Switzer in the 914. Stanberry he'll be in that silver 66. Have not come off of Hog Pen yet, but that's one of the best class battles that we've got. And there they are. They're just coming down now, and Stanberry has taken the spot. Stanberry now is to 3rd, Switzer to 4th, so that's a change in overall 3rd place and a change in GT4. Stanberry now has gotten past Switzer.
4-second difference between the lap times between Gary Stanberry and Doug Switzer. So again, remember, I talked about this earlier on. If you go out full bore for the first 45 minutes, don't take care of that equipment by the time you get to the end of this race, even though you've made that pit stop, unless you change tires, you're going to have some tire degradation, especially here at VIR.
Yeah, and both Stanberry and Switzer have fallen off from their best times of the day. However, as you mentioned just on that last lap, a 4-second difference, Stanberry's been down as low as a 2-minute flat. That's almost 4 seconds faster than he's running right now. But Switzer has fallen even further off of those best lap times.
Yeah, early on in the race, Stanberry was kind of keeping in contact with Rogers, and at the time I think Murray was in the 777. So Stanberry was kind of keeping contact with him. A couple seconds back, then got shuffled back somewhere like you had mentioned, Brian, maybe just came out in the wrong pack after his pit stop, but now has sort of reestablished himself. He's up to 3rd overall.
All right, checking back in with 911 Cup, Jason Nikic in the blue number 27 911, the 1984 chassis. He has opened up a considerable lead over Donald Anger as we are on board right now with Nikic. Anger almost 15 seconds in arrears as they start lap number 34.
I think if I would have had to follow that car ahead of me, every time they hit the brakes, look at that, you can see the brake lights, they alternate like four-way flashers. I'm not sure if that's David Hodges in front. I think it may be, but that would actually drive me nuts if I had to sit and watch that every time they got on the brake.
And we are closing in on the 5-minute mark, so 3 laps to go here, roughly.
And one of the things we talked about with strategy, Matt DiStefano didn't pit until very late in this race. Well, now he is now 30 seconds behind Waleed Shahadi in that 147. So where he was leading quite a bit, that allowed that Waleed to really open up that gap based off where Matt DiStefano came out. So again, we talk about strategy the entire race. We'll talk about it here in the next race as well. But you can see where you're overall leading and everything else, you come in and pit, it kind of puts you back in where you may have gotten into some traffic and now you're 30 seconds behind.
All right, and just there, we got a nice quick little look in at the battle for the lead in Spec Boxster. And in Spec Boxster, Brian, Ryan Farragut now starting to open a gap back to Lawson Wilder. Wilder having to deal with some faster cars working his way through, and the gap now about 15 car lengths between the green and black Boxster. There it is. That's Ryan Farragut over on drivers. All right, big wiggle from him as he has to go around the outside through 13, and then Wilder now with 2 cars between he and his class leader.
Going back to Spec Cayman, you mentioned DiStefano in second, but that's also let Eric Hartshow close in to within about 7 seconds. So that'll be the battle for second place. Don't know if the 321's got time to get there, but not only does it move Stefano behind Shahidi to second place, but now it's put him within almost eyesight of Eric Hartshow for second place.
Time's running down now, 3.5 minutes remaining in this 90-minute race, but it doesn't end here yet this morning. We're going to take a little bit of a break after this race is over, and then we've got one more endurance race for you. You want to stay with us. The big boys come out at 12:05 today for their 90-minute enduro race here at Virginia International Raceway, and how we're going to wrap up the battle at the Old Oak Tree. Pardon me, the rumble at the Old Oak Tree.
It could be a battle. Could be a battle too.
Yeah.
It could be a battle. I think it's going to be a little bit of both. You're going to hear some bumbling, some rumbling, and some stumbling, and you're also going to see a battle.
Let me tell you something, guys. This with these longer format enduro races, quite honestly, they can get strung out. They can have not a lot of action, especially towards the end. This has been exceptional. This race has been exceptional from start to finish. You don't like to see those full course cautions, but it does kind of keep everybody tightened up a little bit. This has been an excellent 90-minute enduro race.
But Edwin, I think you said it best before when we were watching yesterday, is what happens if you go off in a spot where they don't remove you? Do you sit there for the full 90 minutes?
Right.
Well, I tell you what, I don't know about Ken Agnall, whether or not they removed his car over there or he was able to do it. I haven't been able to look and see, but he's been there for about 40 minutes.
Well, I guarantee you, the minute he opens the door and gets out of that car, they would go to a full course car here.
Yeah.
We actually, I was doing an event at Road Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, and we had that happen on multiple instances. We'll see. I would assume that car is still going to be there, as now you can see the gap in Spec Boxster is Ryan Farragut now opening up maybe a 15 car length advantage over Lawson Wilder. That is one of the 2 battles we have for the lead here, with now under 2 minutes remaining. The other that we talked about is in GT4, where Gary Stanberry took the lead just a few moments ago. And I'll tell you, in just the span of 2 laps here, Edwin, Stanberry has opened up a substantial lead as Doug Switzer's number 914 really appears to be off pace. I think he may be trying to feather that throttle at this point. Is now we've got one lap to go. Is when Stanberry came across the line. Stanberry now with a almost 30-second advantage. That last time Doug Switzer was lapping in the 227 range, Stanberry in the 204 ballpark, and I really think that green and dark blue 914.6 is probably going to try to limp. And there is him right there. That is him right there. You can see he's letting other cars by. He's either the engine didn't sound off when he went by us. I think he's just trying to get what little fuel he has left in the car to help get around. And at the rate he's going, I don't know if he's going to make it to the checker.
And he's not. And there he is, right there. He's just pulled over off driver's left there for the one lap. So it looks like Angus Rogers and I believe Franklin Prey may be working their last lap. They're probably at the very top of the hill, up near the oak tree in that black Cayman, along with Franklin Evan with that livery. I believe that's him coming through right now. So
yeah, and you know, Brian, over in GT4, the team, the Isabel team, Colby and Wyatt, they are showing as being 2 laps down from Doug Switzer. So even when they go and take the checkered flag, they'll only be a single lap down. That again, we think that you have to be running at the end to finish. So I'm not sure if that will actually escalate the Isabels up to second in class or if they will finish in third. But that is where that class currently stands. But obviously, Gary Stanberry locking things up there in the last 3 laps.
We should be seeing Rogers and I believe Praise in the car now here in just a moment.
Praise should be at the top of the hill.
Yep. No, Rogers just there. It is. There's the shot. Rogers taking the checkered flag, and you'll see Prey. There's coming up just fine. So there's the overall leaders taking the checkered flag.
And there he goes. Franklin Prey comes across the line in the 777 machine, and all followers take the checkered flag. We're looking around the course now to see if there's anybody else trying to limp home on fuel. It looks like almost everybody else here under with more than enough fuel to get by. So let's go. We'll take a look at our final order. Taking the overall win, Angus Rogers in his GTB1 class came in with the team of Dylan Murray and Franklin Prey finishing second, also in the GTB1 class. Gary Stanberry will take the win in GT4. He finishes third overall, while Ari German will take the win in the G class in the 2005 Boxster. Waleed Shahadi will be your Spec Cayman winner, finishing 5th overall, while David Hodges, our sole Spec 997 racer, will finish in 6th. Matt DiStefano, last driver to pit. He almost got the strategy right. DiStefano will finish 7th overall, 2nd in Spec Cayman, while Eric Yortsoy will finish 8th overall. He'll take the bronze. He'll finish 3rd in Spec Cayman. Jason Nikic takes the win in 911 Cup. He's going to finish 9th overall, while John Patton will finish 10th, 2nd in the G class. Let's go and break things down then by class. And of course, we'll start off with GTB1, where it was Rogers and the team of Prey and Murray. In the H class, Terrence Judge, again, retired early, completing only 29 laps. In 911 Cup, Jason Nikic, who's finished in the top 10, he takes the win by 19 seconds over Donald Enger. Nate Dos Santos will finish 3 laps down. Over in SP3, Greg Rochick takes the win, the very first driver to pit, and I think he nailed the strategy as he wins by almost 29 seconds over Robert Boxall, certainly aided by some attrition in that class as Agnom, Market, and Henderson retire early. In the G class, we talked about German and Patton. Jordan Simon will take the 3rd step on the podium. And over in GT4, Stanberry and Doug Switzer again showing as finishing 2nd. Of course, that's no consolation from him as he's sitting in the grass over by turn 5. And then the team of the Isabels will finish in third. Over in Spec Cayman, Wahid Shahadi and Matt DiStefano, Eric Yortsoy, your top three. Dominic Belvedere, Andrew Murphy will round out your top five in a 9-car class. And finally, over in Spec Boxster, there you go, Brian. Ryan Farragut with his first Enduro win that we've seen for the number 29 Boxster. Lawson Wilder, 2.4 seconds back at the finish. Dan Rubel will finish a lap down in third. Sam Halabi will finish fourth. Kurt Leda will finish fifth. All right, so that's going to wrap things up for our very first of 2 Enduro races today. But join us back at 12 noon for race number 2. The big boys come out. All the Cup cars, all the GT4 cars. You're not going to want to miss the speed and the action here on the Porsche Club of America YouTube channel. It is the Rumble at the Old Oak Tree, presented by the First Settlers region of the Porsche Club of America and our great partners at Porsche South Point and Porsche Virginia Beach. We'll see you in about an hour.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th annual Treffin at Sea and the 5th event cruise with Princess Cruises, Saturday, September 19th through Friday, September 25th. The cruise sails from Vancouver, Canada down to Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. There will be special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, visit PCA.org and click on the Events tab.
After a 14-year hiatus, PCA Club Racing returns to the Pacific Northwest. Oregon Region is co-hosting the Rose Cup with Friends of PIR to bring Porsche racing back to Portland International Raceway. The 65th anniversary Rose Cup races will be held on July 11th and 12th, part of the West Coast Series. This 2-mile track is known for its challenging mix of fast sweepers and tight technical sections, particularly the infield. PIR has hosted premier events like IndyCar, kart, and Formula E. The event offers PCA Club racers an excellent opportunity to add a new track to the racing schedule. Registration opens May 25th at clubregistration.net.
PCA Club Racing hits the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, where the Peach State region will be hosting Race Weekend April 10th through 12th. The 2.5-mile circuit opened in 1970 and has been the host to thousands of pro race series, including ALMS, IMSA, NASCAR, Trans Am Rally World Challenge, and more. Racers will get 3 sprint races and 1 Enduro, earning points for the national championship. Eligible cars will also earn points for the Club Sport Series and the Triple Trofeo Championships. Non-racers can participate in HPDE sessions for solo drivers of all skill levels, and all marks are welcome. Head to clubregistration.net to sign up today. Maverick Region PCA is excited to announce their Eagles Canyon 1 Club race on May 16th and 17th. They'll be racing the counterclockwise 2.7-mile course with 15 turns at over 200 feet of elevation change. All races have points towards the PCA National and Mid-America Championships. Expect 2 practices, qualifying, and a 30-minute sprint race on Saturday, and 2 additional sprint races on Sunday, one 30 minutes and one 40 minutes long. Podium-winning trophies for class races with a 4+ car count, and additional awards will be presented at the Saturday evening banquet at the Over the Top Bar and Grill at Eagles Canyon Raceway. Registration opens March 30th at clubregistration.net.
If you're a PCA racer, Watkins Glen has got to be on your bucket list of tracks to drive. If you've driven it before, don't miss this chance to come back, improve your times, and win on this track where great racers such as Jack Brabham, Sterling Moss, and Dan Gurney found glory. Maybe it's the sheer joy of racing on this superb, well-maintained track with its thrilling elevation changes, or imagining they're running with Mario Andretti, Jackie Ickx, or Derek Bell that brings out racers from all over the USA and Canada to make the Clash at the Glen one of the largest on the PCA Club Racing circuit. Join us from July 10th through 12th and bring your friends. PCA members are welcome to attend and perhaps consider how they may make the transition from driver education to club racing. The fun-filled weekend will include 3 sprint races and a 65-minute endurance race, along with an advanced low DE run group. Registration opens May 25th on clubregistration.net.
HPDE season is here, and First Settlers Region is excited to see you on the track April 22nd through 24th. FSR is fortunate enough to have Virginia International Raceway as their home track, the track Paul Newman called Heaven on Earth. The FSR Spring HPDE at VIR will give everyone 120 minutes of track time per group per day. Enjoy one of America's most exciting circuits with long straights, fast corners, tight technical sections, and epic elevation changes. Don't forget the Saturday happy hour, a great opportunity to socialize and tell tall tales about your lap times. Run groups are filling fast, so don't wait until it's too late. Register now to secure your spot at motorsportsreg.com. For over 70 years, Radio Communications of Virginia has been Virginia's leading provider in wireless communications solutions. As a Motorola Solutions Elite Channel partner, our 2 Metro Richmond locations provide the Commonwealth access to Motorola's full feature portfolio, including public safety and commercial tier solutions. And with over 100 years of combined experience, we've partnered with many manufacturers on unique communication solutions. Since 1954, we've been ready to take care of our clients as soon as they walk through our doors. Visit RCV's locations in Glen Allen or North Chesterfield, or view our full product lineup at rcvinc.com today.
Treffin means to meet, and that's the entire concept behind the PCA Treffins, an opportunity for PCA members to meet their fellow Porsche enthusiasts at some of the most spectacular locations in North America. PCA's Treffins provide the opportunity for members to drive some of the best roads in North America and enjoy world-class hospitality at world-class hotels. The Spring Treffin will be March 29th through April 2nd at the Montage Palmetto Bluff, an exclusive low-country community in Bluffton, South Carolina. The Montage comprises a quintessentially Southern-style inn modeled after the historic mansion that burned in 1926, plus an assortment of cottages spread across spectacular grounds that capture the ethos of an earlier, more genteel era. The surrounding maritime forest casts shadows that whisper history, while modern resort amenities include a world-class spa, 2 pools, and 8 restaurants and bars. You will not be disappointed in the opportunities for both stimulation and relaxation. To learn more and register, visit treffin.pca.org.
We're thrilled to announce the highly anticipated Racing at the Rock, the same Lime Rock race you love, but now on June 5th and 6th. This marks the 34th year of this exciting event, a 1.53-mile circuit in the rolling hills of Connecticut, and it's a series race for both PCA Vintage Group and the Sprint Trophy PCA by Yokohama, with exhilarating action, breathtaking views, and a vibrant atmosphere. This event is truly one you won't want to miss. It's going to be a weekend filled with high-speed excitement, camaraderie, and unforgettable moments. Whether you're behind the wheel or cheering from the sidelines, racing into spring promises to be an amazing time for everyone. Mark your calendars now. This is one event you want to be a part of. We can't wait to see you there.
Porsche South Point is the premier Porsche destination in the Research Triangle, and the numbers back that up. They've earned the prestigious Porsche Premier Dealer designation for 9 consecutive years and hold the rare distinction of being both an official Porsche Certified Classic Partner and a Manthe Certified Porsche dealer. They're also the highest volume new car and certified pre-owned Porsche dealer in the Triangle, and have ranked in the top 10 dealerships in the nation for online reputation for 7 straight years. Porsche South Point is proud to be a part of the Hendrick Automotive Group, the #1 dealership group in America by reputation, and that commitment to excellence extends to how they treat their people, having been recognized by Automotive News as one of the best dealerships to work for. Whether you're shopping for a new 911, a classic restoration, or a track-ready build, Porsche South Point recently completed a full interior renovation that makes every visit live up to the Porsche experience. View their used inventory or build a new car today at southpoint.porsche.com. Experience the ultimate celebration of Porsche passion at the annual PCA Parade. The week-long extravaganza, held June 14th through the 20th, is a must-attend event for Porsche enthusiasts of all ages, offering a perfect blend of social, competitive, and educational activities. From the Concours d'Elegance to the Autocross to the tech sessions, banquets, and social events, there's something for everyone. Whether you're a seasoned collector, a weekend racer, or simply love the brand, the PCA Parade is your chance to immerse yourself in a community that shares your passion. Parade returns to Lake Placid this year, the site of both the 1932 and 1980 Winter Olympics. Lake Placid also hosted Parade in 1994. Whether you're polishing your car for the concours, or taking on an autocross course, or joining a scenic driving tour, the PCA Parade promises memories that will last a lifetime. Secure your spot today and join us for a week of excitement, connection, and all things Porsche. To learn more and register, please visit PorscheParade.org.
Upper Canada Region is proud to host the 29th Annual Can-Am Challenge Club Race at historic Mosport Raceway in Bowmanville, Ontario, Canada, Friday, May 1st through 3rd. Described by Juan Pablo Montoya as one of the most challenging tracks in the world with its elevation changes and blind corners, it's the fastest track IMSA races on. Another racer described the speed and elevation changes like landing on an aircraft carrier, the perfect high-speed track for any car. Get in gear and set a reminder in clubregistration.net. Registration opens March 16th. The UCR team is ready to answer all of your questions, from border crossing to the best accommodations, to help you plan your trip to our amazing track. Email us at club-race@pcaucr.org or visit www.pcaucr.club/race.
Porsche Virginia Beach is a family-owned business that has been serving the automotive needs of the Hampton Roads area of Virginia since 1964. They started as an import car dealer selling European sports cars from England and Italy, and in 1974 they added the Porsche mark to their family of vehicles. Their passion for driving and the sporting aspect of driving is perfectly reflected in each and every Porsche they sell. Their commitment to client satisfaction and ownership experience is the cornerstone of their years-long success. You are invited to experience this firsthand at Porsche Virginia Beach. Stop by in person or visit online at PorscheVirginiaBeach.com.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Virginia International Raceway, Heaven on Earth, for our last endurance race of the weekend, our last race of the weekend here at the Rumble at the Old Oak Tree, presented by the First Settlers region of the Porsche Club of America and our wonderful partners at Porsche South Point and Porsche Virginia Beach. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati and Edwin Pardue, and this last race of the weekend, sponsored and presented by the Michelin Tire Company. So let's get underway. Another 90-minute race on tap. These are the big boys, the Cup cars, the GT4 cars. And we've got 25 racers that we think are going to be joining us here today. Let's hear who they are. Starting on the front row today, driving the number 207 Sprint Trophy G-Class Cup car, it's Joel Johnson. He's in the 207 machine. Starting on the outside of the front row, it's the team of Carnero and Oliver. They are in the number 58 GTA 4 car. Starting on the inside of row number 2, driving the number 251 GTC 8 Cup car, it's Colin Mazzola, and I think we've got some onboard video here from Mr. Mazzola. We'll be checking in with him periodically. And then we've got the number 38 GTC 8 Cup car of Topher Everett. And I think we might have, there we go, we've got Mr. Everett there, right, as who's right behind the Mazzola car on the pace lap. Starting in 5th position, driving the number 8 GTA 4 Cup car, it's Cliff Kayer. He's going to be starting alongside the number 71 GTA 4 entry of Greg Esikoff and B. Carnero. So I think we've got one driver might be splitting time between two cars, hopefully not at the same time, and we'll check in with them periodically. Also, the number 751 GTD3 Cayman of Chris Dooley. He starts 7th alongside the Sprint Trophy car of Tom Burke. That's the 277 machine, starting 8th. Starting 9th in the 999 car, it's the team of Stafford and Corey Freeman. And that car will start right alongside the 112 GTC 8 entry of Price Ford. Then we've got the GTD 3 entry of Rami Farid and Lal. That entry, the 53 car, will start 11th. And then starting 12th, Scott Tiger in his GTC 8 992 Cup car. The 243 machine starts 12th. Starting 13th is Scott Gill in the number 158 GTD3 Cayman, and Scott will start to the right of Steve Lessman, driving the number 108 GTD3 class Club Sport. Then we've got Kerry Brown starting 15th in the number 707 GTC 6 Cup car, and the 219 STG machine of Mark Poling scheduled to start 16th as the green flag flies, and getting a very, very good start there, Brian, from the inside lane. We were just watching Rami Farid, or at least the team of Farid and Lal from right around row number 6, jump to the inside just as the green flag came out. We'll see if they can move that machine up a little bit closer, a little bit further in the field. But the team of Carnero and Oliver out to an early lead.
Yeah, I tell you what, again, Joel Johnson here, that's your first car right there. Then Carnero and Oliver would be in second. So, again, Joel Johnson firing off in that STG class machine. Again, different tires. We got one car here. Very, very slow coming out of turn 2. We got a couple cars that spun there, Greg, coming through turn number 5. Not sure if there was contact there or not, but it seems like two different spins.
Yeah, indeed, as we've got one of our Caymans off. Let's take a look at a replay. And perhaps we could pick up what happened here as they come down into left hook. And there goes the car around, and I'm wondering if that was, well, maybe, no, it's not David Wells because he's not racing here today. I thought maybe it was the Farid machine, the GTD 3 car based on the orange nose, but we'll get the numbers on them here in just a brief minute. Also running here this afternoon in our afternoon race, Ryan Sikowski starting 17th in the 109 GTD2 machine, the team of Wells and Hoffman, also in GTD2, the number 60 car. Then we got Scott Nays in the number 10 entry. I think we may have some in-car video from his Cayman once again. And there is Scott's number 10 machine, the 2014 Cayman GT4 Club Sport, and then Frank Vitello in STG starting 20th. And you said it, Brian, we noticed this yesterday on the start with Joel Johnson in that Sprint Trophy car. those Yokohama tires that they're running really seem to fire off very quickly. And for the second, we saw the start that he got in the sprint race yesterday, but again, also in this Enduro, a very quick start. Then we have Charles Liu, who's starting 21st in the number 79 GT3 machine. He started alongside Jimmy Martin. And then Gary Stanberry in his 993 chassis GT3 car, alongside Steve Garrison, and then finally Michael Vitz.
You were with us for our morning Enduro. You saw a great one because there were some full course cautions which played into strategy when it came to the mandatory pit stop. So we'll see if that happens here in the afternoon Enduro, but that kept the field bunched up. It played into different strategies. It worked out for some. It did not work out for some of the others. And Brian, for folks who weren't with us this morning, explain that pit stop procedure and those pit stop windows.
Yeah, so the pit window will open up 15 minutes into the race, and it will close with 10 minutes left to go in the race. You must make a 5-minute pit stop. That starts from the time you get in your pit box till the end of pit road from that time line. You cannot go under that 5 minutes. If you go under that 5 minutes, you'll be brought down pit road, put in the penalty box, as we like to say. No, it's not for a 2-minute minor. It will be the length of what you missed, your time frame of that 5 minutes. Usually it ends up being a stop and go.
Yeah, so if you were 10 seconds short on the 5 minutes, you go into that penalty box for 10 seconds. But because of the entire the transit time on that pit lane, you lose a lot more than just 10 seconds.
Correct, because of the speed time that you have to go from the pit road speed, from the time of the line, all the way to the end. Could take about another 45 seconds. So your penalty becomes almost over a minute.
One thing from the start I'll mention, as the pace car hit pit road for the start, the 707 of Kerry Brown came down pit road, made a quick stop, then came out and rejoined the field. So not sure what they wanted to check right at the last minute of the 707. It will not count, obviously, as their official pit stop, but the 707 did come down pit road prior to taking the green flag.
All right, so we go back on board with Topher Everett in the number 38 Cup car. That's the black and gray machine there, right behind the 251 of Colin Mazzola, who is your GTC 8 leader. As we had a driver with a big incident here, not incident, but an issue coming into turn 3. Not so big. Just dropping a wheel off in the grass and stays short of the pit wall, and manages to get that car back underway.
That's why we call it turn 3 for a reason.
That's right. Well, he turned, Brian. He turned 180 degrees. The problem is you only have to turn about 40 degrees to make the turn to stay on the course.
Different day, a little different setup with this longer race. Yesterday, now, we saw these cars. I want to say we got down to about the 148-second mark, somewhere like that. Right now, fastest lap, a 152.9. So we'll keep an eye on that as we go back on board with Topher Everett down the roller coaster in car number 38. That's Mazzola in front of him.
Yeah, and that's the battle for GTC 8 here right at the very beginning of this race. So look for those two to stay kind of nose to tail. Again, pace themselves. We talked about this earlier in the group before this, where at this point in time, it's a matter of taking care of the equipment that you have, not only the tires, but as well as the brakes and the fuel. You want to try to get, most of these drivers will probably get to that halfway point again, a little bit over, depending on the situation and what happens from a strategy standpoint. But I do believe you will see some fuel stops in here, as well as obviously some of these driver changes that we talked about earlier on.
Yeah, and we did see, for example, in our first race this morning, did see a couple of our 911 drivers stopping to take a splash of gas just to get to the end. But yeah, with these Cup cars, if I remember correctly, Brian, they can do maybe an hour, maybe a little bit over an hour on fuel, assuming we don't have to, we don't have any full course caution periods here, but don't think they're going to be able to make it the entire 90 minutes.
Yeah, I have a feeling they're going to want to put some fuel in this car to get to the end. I think we may have seen a few who didn't put fuel in the car in the first Enduro, and it ended up somewhat biting them in the end.
Yeah, exactly.
Biting them in the end. Okay, I wasn't sure how you're finishing the sentence.
Right at about turn 5, as a matter of fact. All right, we're on board again with Colin Mazzola. He's running 3rd overall, and your leader in GTC 8. That said, Bruno Carnero, or the team of Bruno Carnero and William Oliver. Again, unfortunately, we don't know who the driver is at this point behind the wheel. Has retaken the lead from Joel Johnson. Again, we saw this in the sprint races yesterday. Again, where the tires in those sprint trophy cars, they fire off very quickly, but can't keep the ultimate pace of what we believe are, we know are another manufacturer's tires on the 058 machine.
Brian, you were our strategist for the first race. You talked about fuel. Will we see anybody take fresh rubber on their pit stop?
You may. I think if I was a strategist and I had the opportunity to take those tires, I probably would, depending on who I am racing within my class. If it's there, even if it's just, maybe one-day-old scuffed tires for that. The other thing we got to look at here is the sun is completely out. These drivers yesterday when they went out for both their sprint races, we had pretty much overcast skies, right? So it was a little bit different. So these handling characteristics are going to change. And Edwin, you said it best. If I got a chance to put tires on, would I? And absolutely, yes, I would.
Yeah, and the other piece here, Brian, is we're talking about perhaps how hot this track gets. We've talked before over the course of the weekend that there are portions of Virginia International Raceway where the pavement can get very, very slick, that it has been polished down quite a bit, and the more the sun beats down, you have traction issues, specifically in the brake zone going into turn 1, also over at left hook over at turn 4, even though that is one of the slower corners. But right now the temperatures are about 5 degrees warmer than these drivers saw during their afternoon race yesterday. They were the very last race of the day, and the sun was very low. Right now, we're just around noontime. Sun much higher in the sky, beating down on this entire course here. And I suspect that by the time the 90 minutes are over, that there is, you may have a dearth of grip. One of the things that even if these drivers don't change rear tires when they come in, I'm sure their crews are going to be looking at least at tire pressures and maybe bleeding off a couple pounds of pressure in order to go and re-equalize those front and rear balances.
Greg, I don't think we actually really got the number of that car that did spin it in turn number 3, and I believe that would have been the 108 of Steve Lessman, because looking at times, he's in that 150 range, 155 range, and on lap 3 he went 206, which would be pretty much consistent with a spin for that extra couple of seconds that he had to wait. So I do believe it was the 108, Steve Lessman.
All right, so that drops him down to 11th position overall, which is actually where he was at the time, as he was I think the 4th car in that group, but again, losing about 10 seconds in the exchange.
This is a good battle we're watching right here. We'll see him kind of coming up the snake here, but that is right there, Mazzola and Topher Everett. They're racing for GTC
8.
Yeah, GTC 8. So that's in position. And right behind them, Cliff Kayer and whoever's in the 71, that's GTA 4. So you've got battle for overall top 5, but also for the overall win. Right now, Mazzola's got it over Everett. Kayer has it over the Esikoff machine. So that's good. And let's go duel inside.
There we go with our 2 GTC 8 front runners up at the top. It's Colin Mazzola, who is running 3rd overall, and then Topher Everett. And we saw where Cliff Kayer came right underneath Topher Everett going into turn 11. And they have, it looks like the 38 cars managed to hold that machine off, as Everett now pulling right up to the back bumper of Mazzola as they go under braking into the top of the roller coaster.
That was fun because we were riding with one car and we could see the other. Now we're back with Topher Everett again, and that's the battle we were watching from the outside. And again, that is 3 car lengths for the top spot. They just go flashing by us here and back across start finish line, and that time it was 0.3 of a second or less.
And even you can see there, Brian, is Mazzola maybe a little bit defensive going down into turn 1, moved over about, I'd say 2 to 3 feet and covered off the inside in case Topher Everett had designs on perhaps coming down to the curbing underneath them. At the moment, I mean, Everett really has to be concerned with Cliff Kayer, who's the GTA 4 leader right behind him, who's been sticking right on his tail. Kayer would love to be able to put Everett between he and the 71 car.
Wow, that would be the battle for second in GTA 4 with Kayer and the 71, because we've got the other. I would assume Oliver's in the car, the first one, if we've got the same driver and two of them, but in the 058. But yeah, that would, again, and I think Cliff Kayer is actually faster than Topher Everett and probably Colin Mazzola. So he's probably holding him up. And again, that's where it is. Look, we're still really early on in this race. Let's not push the issue. I'm content to sit right here for now because it's going to come down to strategy and whether or not I get tires and fuel at the end of the race.
Yeah, indeed. And so, Kayer wasn't very content to just sit there on the previous lap, but I think he realizes if he keeps trying to duck underneath Everett going into turns 11 and 12, the lead up into Oak Tree, they're going to burn off the front tires at that point.
The 53 of Jared Jacobs was just on pit road, and if you look at time and scoring, it's too early for his mandatory stop, so maybe some issues with the 53 of Jared Jacobs. He just came down pit road, and I believe he has rejoined the field, but that was something mechanical, not part of the strategy for the race.
That may be Rami Farid in that 53, Edwin. I believe that Jacobs is in the other group, so.
Oh, gotcha. Yep.
I think that may have been Rami Farid that was in there. But yeah, you definitely see that they are on pit road right now. So obviously there was a mechanical in that car.
We saw very, very little attrition in that first race. A little bit towards the end, but by halfway, I believe we'd only lost 3 cars. So that was good to see. We'll keep an eye on this. We had a couple cars that were set to start. They were on the starting grid that did not make the start. We talked about the one car again that came down pit road at the start, but that car did rejoin the field.
This is an interesting dynamic to watch here, Brian, as Mazzola, Everett, Kayer, and we assume is probably, well, it's either Greg Esikoff or Bruno Canero in the number 6 in the number 71 machine. As they came out of turn 3, that 71 machine started to take a quick look to the inside on Cliff Kayer. Kayer moved over driver's left to hold that off, and I think all of a sudden Topher Everett thought he was under attack. He went to adjust as well. And the only one who was able to get a good entry and exit out of left hook and carry that speed out was Colin Mazzola in the 251 machine. But it's pretty much all for naught, because once you get to the backside of the course here, Everett's able to draft right back up to the back of that white with red stripe number 251.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think the straight line speed in those CT8s, GTC8 machines are a little bit more than the Kayer and the 71 machine, so they start to pull away a little bit. But you're right, it goes in through there, up through that S's. He can draft right back in as we look now out of Topher Everett headed down into turn 1. And look at the difference in lines. He kind of goes a little bit straighter into turn 1 than Colin Mazzola. Mazzola tries to take an early turn in.
Yeah, he bends in much
Yeah, and he takes a little bit later entry into it, and he's able to use that to suck right back up out of turn 2 and turn 3 into turn 4.
There you go. As Mazzola takes, probably Everett takes a look to the inside on Mazzola going in the left hook. Mazzola goes to cover. Again, not a real high percentage move at that part of the course, especially at these speeds early on. But nice little chess match that is going on there.
And if you're Topher Everett, I mean, you're almost thinking, I just want to stay in contact with that car in front of me. Maybe when he pits, I pit, or maybe when he pits, I don't pit. You see on the bottom, you're riding with Everett. He's chasing the car on top. But I would think right now, you don't need to do anything. Don't put your car in a place where it's going to, not pay dividends later in the race. Stay in contact with him, and that allows you to kind of pick your strategy a little bit later. Now, if you felt like you were greatly faster than the car in front of you, get by and try to gap him a little bit for the pit stops. And he took a peek there, Greg.
Yeah, a little bit too far back. He needed to be a little bit closer, I think, coming out of Oak Tree to be able to use the draft to really affect a pass up here, up at the top of the roller coaster. He's able to just draft right back to the bumper and not get any closer. It's interesting for as you look through the rearview mirror of Topher Everett's car as they come out of 17, out of Hogpen here. You'll see the gap that the two GTC 8 drivers open up on the GT4 car there of Cliff Kayer. But Kayer, again, as they go up through the S's and taking a little where maybe outright horsepower isn't going to win the day, he's able to close things right back up again. And meanwhile, Kayer now has been able to extend a little bit of a gap back to the 71 machine.
Topher Everett there getting a little bit loose coming out of turn number 1. That's going to allow Cliff Kayer to suck right back up to him coming through 2 and 3. As you can see here, he's closed that gap where they had that gap open. I think actually Topher Everett is just content to sit right back behind Colin Mazzola right now in that 251. And again, Edwin, just as you had mentioned, when he pits, do I pit? I'm sure there's probably been some discussions because that is the battle for GTC 8, and the next closest car in that class is actually Price Ford, who's all the way back into 12th place. So pretty big gap there.
All right, now a couple cars back from this fight that we've been watching. I've been taking a look at the battle for the lead in GTD 3. Scott Gill, who's running 8th overall right now, he's lapping at about 9/10 of a second faster than Chris Dooley behind, and continues to open up now. And I think, Brian, do we have a change in the lead there in GTC 8? I think Topher Everett has managed to get by, or is that nope?
That's a slower car they're trying to get by. Yeah. There is a good pass there by Cliff Kayer, I believe.
Yeah, took advantage of it and got around Everett.
And that's what I was going to say about Topher Everett. Topher might be happy just to sit there, but you don't want to put a car out of class in between you and Mazzola, because now you lose a little bit of control of how you do that. So if you're Topher Everett, you wanted to stay right behind Mazzola and not have another car in between the two of you, because now if that car slows you up, now the gap's going to go to Mazzola. We'll watch and see if Everett tries to get back by it's the 08 car of Kayer.
Yeah, by the way, that the black Cayman that those racers were getting by down in the roller coaster, that was Steve Garrison in the 127 GT3 Cayman.
And look real quick, look how much Mazzola now has already increased that gap.
Yeah, that's getting there right at the right time to go by Steve Garrison, where everybody else had to somewhat check up at the top of the hill of that roller coaster. So don't be surprised if Topher Everett just doesn't sit on the back end of Cliff Kayer as much as he can to hope draft back up to Colin Mazzola.
All right, and that GT3 that we were just looking at a few moments ago, GTD3, pardon me. Chris Dooley, again now with almost a second and a half faster than Steve Lessman behind. And Scott Gill turns in his fastest lap of the race, almost 3 seconds faster than Dooley. So that GTD3 battle, which is 8th, 9th, and 10th overall, just continues to stretch apart now as each lap goes on. As we are at the 20-minute mark, so we've now opened up that pit window. Brian, that if the drivers, as long as we are not under a full course caution, if they want to bring their cars down the pit lane early on in this race, they can do so.
And you may want to look at, we have the 109, I believe, that may be on that pit road.
Ryan Zakowski.
Yeah, I think he may be down there already. It looks like he's gone a lap down, 3 laps down in total. But I'm showing him as being on pit road, or has pulled it back behind the wall.
Yeah, unfortunately, Brian, I cannot, because of the canopies on the pit lane, cannot see if he is down at the far end of the pit lane. We don't have him in our view here. We'll continue to track that. We did not see that. They did not see the 109 machine come down in front of us here.
Brian, in the first race, we saw one car, was it Hampstead, I believe, who pitted late and we thought maybe that strategy didn't work, or is that just sort of the way things shook out with a late stop?
So I believe that was Matt DiStefano that pitted
Yes, that's it.
right at that, just before that 10-minute mark, and that did not work out for him because he ended up finishing about 19 seconds behind the winner in that class. So in that Spec Cayman. So sometimes, and again, there's only really technically 18 cars, 17 cars out here on the racetrack right now. So you've got a much bigger gap as opposed to the 40-some cars we had in the first group. So it looks like we've got basically a bunch of cars hitting pit road right now. I'm seeing Colin Mazzola maybe on pit road, Topher Everett maybe on pit road, Cliff Kayer maybe on pit road as well, along with Kerry Brown. You guys will be able to see that, but I'm showing a lot of red, which
we
means
don't
they've kind of gone through there.
Yeah, we don't think any of them actually have come down the pit lane, so we'll see. Mike.
Well, no, because there they are right there.
Oh,
yep.
Yeah, exactly. Not on the pit lane.
Well, timing and scoring seems to have put it in there because they all of a sudden went to a different color, which is kind of gives us a clue that somebody's on pit lane.
Staying with that race for a second, we talked about Kayer. So Mazzola now, in fact, this will be great. They just went by start-finish. Mazzola with the Kayer car in between is now 1.2 seconds ahead of Topher Everett. Now, in a 90-minute endurance race, that's not a big deal, and I don't think it would benefit Everett right now to really push the issue to get by Kayer, but just instead of being right behind Mazzola, being able to kind of follow, and you see him right there. So that black car in between the white and the other dark car is out of class car. Those two are running in class. So we'll see how hard does Topher Everett push it. As long as the gap maintains, and you see there Kayer has started to reel Mazzola back in, I think Everett can be patient there and wait for the pit stop sequence.
Yeah, I think he's there. He can use the draft down the back straight. Just as long as he can keep within vision of the other driver, he should be good to go. Now, one thing I probably wouldn't do is I wouldn't, if Mazzola is the first of those drivers to head to the pits, I don't know if Topher Everett would want to just follow him onto the pit lane. I would probably go at least one lap deeper in order hopefully be able to put in enough to cover the distance or cover the difference in that 5-minute pit stop.
Well, think about what kind of fuel mileage they're getting too, right? So if you're both getting pretty much the same, which I would assume they both are. Again, we talked about this in the first group, and we'll talk about it here. And again, a lot more room on the racetrack here with this group than we had in the other group. But again, if Mazzola is getting better gas mileage than Topher Everett, or Topher Everett's getting better gas mileage than Colin Mazzola, you're right, Greg. You may see that one extra lap or maybe even two extra laps just to set himself above, knowing that he's having a struggle right now early on to try to catch Colin Mazzola.
Yeah, exactly. Go save the tires. Put in that fast lap once the fuel is burned off a little bit, and then bring the car down.
Yeah, or you also think about this. Mazzola's the one out there right now punching the hole in the air.
Right.
Mazzola's punching the hole in the air. Everett just kind of behind. Kayer getting all the benefit of the draft. And there's the three cars we're talking about as we now go on board with Colin Mazzola. That's a great point. So you see, there's nobody right in front of Colin Mazzola. He's getting no benefit of the draft, nobody punching a hole for him, and he's dragging the other two cars behind him. Brian, how big of a difference is the mileage there as we go back in with Topher Everett?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a difference. What the difference is, I'm not 100% sure, because I know that haven't been down there. I'm sure their teams have measured that out to understand, and these guys, they do a lot of enduros as well in these cars, so they have it pretty much down to the gallon, basically, or tenths of a gallon that they need to. So again, I think Topher Everett is just content to sit right there and keep the 251 in sight, along with Cliff Kayer. Again, as you mentioned, another out-of-class battle there. So he's not really racing him, but he's utilizing him to help save some of that fuel as he pulls out a line there a little bit. And I think that probably just to get some air to the car as well.
Another good battle right now. It's 8th, 9th, and 10th overall, but it's the GTD 3 battle. And they're running, like I said, 8, 9, and 10 overall, but Scott Gill in the 158, Lespin the 108, and the 751 of Chris Dooley. They're all within about 6 seconds of each other for those 3 spots on the podium. So that's a good battle. Again, Gill, Lessman, and Dooley. That's your GTD3 battle.
Let's see, I don't think this is them now, but I think they're actually coming into our view. I think right here coming into Oak Tree. That actually might be Lessman and Dooley.
Keep in mind, Lessman had that spin earlier on, so that could be one of the cars that may change the tires based off of that spin, because he spun on the asphalt and went off into the grass there. So it may be that he's going to want to clean some of that up, although the tires are cleaned off since then, since that happened in lap 3. But they may want to look like they may want to make a change.
Boy, this one's clicking. So we're almost now. We're at the 28 minute mark. So soon we'll be within an hour. And remember, as Brian mentioned, you've got to make that stop. Now we've into the pit window with still 10 minutes on the clock there. Let me ask another technical question. And Brian, do you need to begin that pit stop with 10 minutes to go, or do you have to have it finished with 10 to go?
No, you have to start it before that 10-minute window. Yep, you have to start it before that 10-minute window.
So you could think about it. If you did that right at the 10-minute window, you're in for 5. You go out, you only really have 2 laps.
2 laps.
So at that point, if I'm going that late, I'm probably not putting tires on, because I'm not going to get anything out of 2 laps on my tires.
By the time by the time the checkered flag comes out, you're just now getting up to 10th. Well, let's do this. Let's, as we're now a third of the way through this 90-minute race, let's take our first break. And when we come back, we'll give you more endurance racing action here from Virginia International Raceway. It's the Porsche Club of America's Rumble at the Old Oak Tree. Stay with us.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the 2-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kukasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway and the Rumble at the Old Oak Tree. Our Orange Group Enduro race here this afternoon. 90 minutes total. We are 30 minutes in. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati and Edwin Pardue. And let's break things down for you right at the front of the field. It is our GTA 4 leaders, the number 058 2025 Cup car driven by Bruno Carnero and William Oliver. Then we've got Joel Johnson in his Sprint Trophy 992.1 machine. He is second, about 30 seconds back from there, 28 to be exact. Colin Mazzola, our GTC 8 leader. We've been watching this GTC 8 battle since the beginning. Mazzola runs third overall with our GTA 4 leader, Cliff Kayer, right behind. And great fight so far. And we're gonna hopefully bring a guest in here in a few moments, but.
Real quick I was just going to mention again, Mazzola has kind of stretched that lead out a little bit. It's now a full second back to Kayer. And we were watching earlier, the 158, this is the GTD 3 class. Scott Gill. Gill's now opened that up. He's about 4 seconds back to Lesman, and then it's another 6-7 seconds back to Chris Dooley. But right now, your top 3 GTD 3 cars, they're all nose to tail in the picture together. As here we pick up again, that's Mazzola, Kayer, and Everett in your picture right there. Here they are coming through that NASCAR corner. And now Kayer puts a little pressure. Kayer looks driver's right. And Brian Kayer's starting to put a little pressure now on Mazzola.
Yeah, I think he's wanting to get by him. I think, again, he's sitting second in that GTA 4, and that Carnero and Oliver machine is really starting to get away. I don't believe Kayer's going to be able to catch him. But, again, you can take a look at the gap that's there, and it's almost over a full minute and a half between those two in GTA 4. That could come down to strategy here when it gets to the pit stop time for both of those cars. So it looks like Cliff Kayer is saying, okay, I have to get going now. I have to manage and maintain the gap from the overall lead, which is in my class at a GTA 4, instead of battling with these GTC 8 cars.
And Topher Everett loves it. The more pressure that Kayer can put on Mazzola, you see Everett, and Everett might even pull a little 2-for-1. If Kayer gets Mazzola kind of out of line, that's a great opportunity for Everett to pounce. Here they are right there coming up to the top of the roller coaster. Throw a blanket over them right now, but you're watching overall 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and we go on board right now. That's your 5th place car who's running 2nd in class. That's Topher Everett.
With these high horsepower cars, Edwin, you're right. I mean, as of now, it looks like Mazzola is going to take a pit stop with late entry into the pit stall or into the pit road right there. And again, that's what we were talking about. Now, Topher Everett's going to go at least 1 lap around. Again, I think that may have been a late call to do that 5-minute mark, guys, because he definitely was not intended on coming in.
Yeah, well, or he was, and he wanted to ensure that Topher Everett did not follow him down the pit lane. And as they're coming through, we've seen where Everett obviously is having to contend with Cliff Kayer ahead, and there are certain places where Kayer maybe not quite as fast as the 38 machine, and it's I think a good strategy to hope that at least for 1 lap that Everett maybe just can't keep up this pace.
And one more idea also was Mazzola was getting that pressure from Kayer, who's out of class with him. He's like thinking, all right, I don't want to do battle with this guy. Let me get out of this battle, do my stop now, and then Kayer can do whatever he wants. So a couple different ideas on how that may have come to pass.
Yeah, and indeed, and I'll tell you that with this field, only 20 cars deep, about half the size of that previous Enduro. We talked in the earlier race about the importance of coming out of your pit stop and maybe into clean air, a clear part of the track. There's much better chance of doing that here with only 20 cars on course. That when that car comes back out, there is a very, very good chance that he's going to have a lot of open track and not have to worry about defending against an out-of-class car. All right, real quick, Brian, we've got a special guest joining us, and Edwin and everybody else watching at home. We've got Vance Vincent from the Porsche Club of America. Big help for us here on the broadcast team, and much more of an expert on Porsche racing than well, the three of us are. Not to belittle ourselves or anything, but welcome, Van. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So, why don't you tell us a little bit about about what you're seeing here in this grid? As we're trying to, our Porsche novice brains here try to wrap around some of the strategy here. What are you seeing?
Yeah, well, I think you're exactly right when you're talking about Colin going into the pit lane there. I was with the team before they went to grid, and I know that they were planning a fuel stop with only one jug. So part of that is you have to make sure that you've burned enough fuel so you can add the full jug so you can make it all the way to the end.
Right.
And in that battle, he did not want Everett Topher to capitalize on the same thing. When you are behind someone leading in your class and they pit, you usually try to pit at the same time so that you can go in. And so doing that late dive into the pit lane, I think, was well calculated on his part.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, I think one of the things here, you got to look at also the time frame, right? So, at a minute and 54, minute 57 seconds, and again, a very wide open track with the less number of vehicles that comes in, it's gonna take about a lap, maybe almost just under that 2 laps for that 5 minutes to get there. You could end up coming right back out in with Topher Everett, depending on when he pits. And then when he pits, he could end up coming right back out with that battle with Colin Mazzola at the end, based off of the length of the track and what their time frames they were running during that battle.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit of a gamble. And, what happens if a yellow comes out and
absolutely
Topher's able to capitalize on that and, get into pit lane before the pits are closed? That could be a game changer.
Well, we saw that in the Enduro earlier today when the full course came out, just kind of where you were in your pit strategy. For some people, it was a great advantage. For other people, it kind of caught them out where then they're kind of starting at the tail end. So it's a thing of, yes, if you can do it under the full course, you could gain a lap. But at the same time, if you don't gain that lap, now you find yourself mired back in traffic. And it's just sort of where is the traffic on the racetrack when you make that stop?
And where you are. If you see an incident that you know is going to cause a full course yellow and you can get in before the pits closed sign comes out, then that's good. If you are further back on the track, it can go full course yellow and that pit closed sign comes out.
You're stuck.
Yeah, exactly. Then you're stuck and you're running slow laps behind a safety car, instead of using that to your advantage on the pit lane. So, Van, looking forward, obviously this is year number 2 of the, I don't want to call it the grand experiment any longer, but with Driver's Eye Live presenting Porsche Club of America Club Racing to the masses. As we have real quick here, as we've got a driver off going through the S's. That is, I guess, maybe a quicker way if you can straight line it up. Yeah, exactly.
But we have a filter. We have a filter that will not allow that to happen. Not kidding.
Yes, somebody called Bob Mueller, who I didn't see on the grid, by the way, Brian. Why don't you tell everybody what we've got coming up, because we've got some exciting events that we're looking forward to in this season, the second season that we didn't do last year.
Right. So the live streaming, for those of you that don't know, we started doing it. The very first live stream was Summit Point. I guess that was in the fall of 2024. And then we did several races in 2025 and are adding a few more this year for 2026. We kicked off the season with Sebring, and here we are at VIR. We've got Lime Rock coming up and Watkins Glen, and we are in negotiations to have live streaming at Portland International Raceway with Friends of PIR.
As part of the Rose Cup
race. Part of the Rose Cup, that's right.
Famous event, one of the biggest events in pro racing and hopefully club racing as well out on the West Coast. I think almost 45 years of history there at that beautiful facility.
Yeah, it's a neat track there. It was built. It actually started. It was originally the road structure for a temporary town that shipbuilders lived in for World War II.
Until they got flooded.
Until it got flooded, and the road stayed behind. And in the 50s, it was used for sports car racing, and then in the early 60s, they made a dedicated track. Oh, we've got another car off here on the grass.
Don't hit the marker.
Hit the marker. And like as soon as you said it, then he almost turned, you know what? Yes, I will. Thank you.
Brendan Kazmarek was trying to make the decision. Should he put the camera down to turn 1 on one of the markers, or should he put it on the third marker going into
Turn 8.
Turn 8, exactly. Or turn,
Or
11.
Oak Tree, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, that was actually a pretty good save. You know, we said that yesterday. Typically, when you go off coming out of South Bend, the rear end walks out, and you get all the way back to the wall, driver's left. So very good recovery there. But yeah, the Delta Park complex. It's a state, actually a city-owned
Portland owns it,
facility. They do, besides the road racing there, beautiful 2-mile circuit. They do drag racing on the front straight. There's a golf course there. I've called races there where there was a 5K running race going on while the road racing was going
fantastic.
on. Yeah, we ended up picking up like I mean, it really hurt their 5K times, but we ended up picking up like 1,000 spectators during the road race. It's great. As we're on board now, that's Scott Nays, in the number 10 machine. Scott is now up to 10th overall in his GTD3 entry, currently running third in class behind Steve Lessman and Chris Dooley.
And that battle's kind of gone away a little bit. The 3 GTD3 cars were all just really locked up close together. Now Lessman has kind of opened up a gap back to Dooley, and then it's a gap back to Nays, who we ride with right there. But that was real close for a while, but it has spread out a little bit as we get to halfway.
Well, I think part of it is Scott Gill, who had been leading the class for a while in the number 158 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport. I believe he is, and I looked down the pit lane, he is currently on the pit lane taking service. So, but regardless, I think there was about 4 seconds between he and Lessman in second, and the gap between Lessman and Dooley now up to 15 seconds, where it had been as little as about 3 early on in this race.
Topher Everett is yet to pit. I think Kayer's not pitted either. So there's still, Brian, not a whole lot, but still a few cars yet to hit pit road, and Topher Everett's one of them.
Yeah, he has not made a pit stop yet. It looks like our top 7 drivers may not. We'll have to check on Joel Johnson. I believe he may be on pit road right now. I believe the David Wells machine, or the number 60, may be on pit road as well, Hoffman and Wells. So we'll see about that. I believe the person that took out the marker there in the 2, just to make everybody else not understand where the braking markers may be, I believe that was Tom Burke in the 277. Obviously kept going, had a pretty much big enough gap there, but I do believe that may have been Tom Burke.
Yeah, and we'll take a look here. The driver that we talked about just a few moments ago on the pit lane, Scott Gill, has rejoined the fray. Checking to see if the 058 machine, and I believe it is on the pit lane now. That was
came on.
Yeah, Carnero and Oliver, the team there is. I'm sure we don't know if Bruno Carnero is behind the wheel of that car, but I'm showing the 71 with Carnero as a driver in third, and then of course the 058 is currently in fourth. But that machine now on the pit lane with a driver change as well. So Van, as you know, we talked about Portland as well, and I know we've got new and big this season. We started and kicked it off down at Sebring International Raceway. We've got the Sprint Trophy Series.
Yes.
And so will you tell one what the reaction was like from Sebring, and of course we've got 3 more events on the schedule for that series as well this season.
Right. So the Sprint Trophy Series are the current generation Cup cars, the 992s. And the Cayman GT4 Club Sport RSs.
Right.
These are the cars that are running in Sprint Challenge and Carrera Cup. And we have a class for them in PCA Club Racing, where they have to run by the car preparation rules, but by PCA Club Racing rules. And the class was really well received, or the series. There's 2 classes, one for the Caymans and one for the GT3s.
Right.
And it was very well received. The drivers and the crew that participated had a lot of fun racing with PCA. They put on a great show. We enjoyed watching them. They are looking forward to coming back at Lime Rock. That's going to be the second race for that series. And then that's going to follow up with Watkins Glen in July. And then Labor Day weekend is going to be Road America. And that's going to be a 4-race series. Series, we have the backing of PMA, Porsche Motorsports North America. They are at each of those events with their trucks, supplying parts and supplying technical support and helping with the car compliance aspect, downloading all the data, the ECU data and everything to make sure that the cars all stay compliant and make sure that they're doing well on their Yokohama tires. That series is presented by Yokohama, and we are also very happy to have them as a sponsor for that.
All right, 207 machine leaving the pit lane. That's Joel Johnson in one of our Sprint Trophy cars in the Cup car category, the STG class, as he's now heading back out. As we go on board, take a look as Scott Nays is now coming down the pit lane for service.
For his stop, yeah.
Yep.
Scott was running 8th overall, so we're now just to a handful of cars that haven't pitted. Everett is leading overall, so he's not come down pit road yet, nor has the 277 of Tom Burke. But Nays, as he said, he came in 8th spot, so we've just about had the entire field serve their mandatory pit stop.
All right, so the question is now, Van, with this car, well, this is Scott Nays as the front hood goes up on the car. Obviously, no engine to work on up there.
Right, so they're fueling it. You can see the fuel jug nozzle getting
That's
put
what
in
I was going
place.
to ask, if there was a quick fill on the hood, whether or not they needed to do
It's a little hard to see just next to the mirror. There's a little cover, so they don't have access to the quick fill spots, the dry brake fittings, until the hood is up on this car.
Got it. Yeah, we can see the fuel going down very, very quickly with that dry brake. How to empty 5 gallons and nothing flat.
Right, and then the team's doing a good job. You know, the driver has to get out of the car and get over the pit wall before they start fueling, and then there's a fire bottle guy and a fireman and the fueler, and they put in however much they need. It looks like they're doing 2 jugs here. You can just see the fire guy behind the jug, and they're doing the quick fill, and once they're done, Scott will get back in the car, buckle in, and he's ready to go.
I was going to say, people who aren't familiar with this, they might think, a 5-minute pit stop, what's that all about? Well, 1, it's safety, but 2, it's also you don't have to bring a whole crew to the track. So in other words, you can take your time and do a proper pit stop, and you don't need the full crew. You're doing safety first, being sure everything's done. We saw some guys in the first one, they came in, they took their 5 minutes, they checked a couple tire pressures, and they were done. As it looks like now we've got Topher Everett may have come on pit road as well. But the 5 minutes is for A, safety, but 2, that you're not employing a full, professional pit crew, which greatly adds to your weekend expenses.
Absolutely, absolutely. And yes, some of the slower cars that we saw on the first Enduro, they can go the full distance without refueling, and that gives them much more flexibility. I remember one of my first Enduros I did, the first thing I did is I got out of the car and I went to the porta potty. Took a human break, right? A rest break. And then got back in the car and was good to go for the last half.
There we go. Now, something like Nays, who's running a GT4 RS Club Sport, is that a car that you would think obviously a little bit lighter than the Cup cars? Is that something that a car that he might need to take rear tires for to finish up a race like this, knowing that we're about 50 minutes into a 90-minute race?
Yeah, it depends on track a little bit. So VIR is actually relatively gentle on tires compared to some of the other tracks.
Right.
So I'm sure they have a tire on pit lane in case there's a puncture or something. Right. But he can probably go the distance on the tires.
All right, number of drivers rejoining the fray. We just had the 08 machine go by of Cliff Kayer, who we were watching right in the middle of that GTD, or probably
GTC8, right?
C8 fight early on. Also, I believe the 707 of Kerry Brown on his outlap right now. So a number of these racers finishing up those mandatory pit stops.
Let me drag Brian back into this real quick, because you're great at following this. Am I correct? Only the Burke car and the Ford car, are they the only ones not to pit now?
That is correct.
Okay.
Michael Vitz may not have pitted either in that 22, although he's several laps down. I know we saw him yesterday having a problem, so it looks like he may be taking it easy, but it does look like those are the only 2 cars based off of the number of laps since they last pitted, basically would be at the start of the race. So yeah, 25 laps in right now.
Brian's our onboard race strategist, so thank you, sir.
All right, the 207 machine now heading back out on track as well.
But I ask that because when we see Burke and Ford do their pit stops, then give it a little bit to recycle the timing. Then we'll have a true picture of what the last 38 minutes of this race is gonna be. Because right now, in fact, Ford just went by and put another lap on the board. So he's not coming in this lap. He has at least one more before he pits.
Yeah, they're waiting for, a potential good opportunity, but also managing their fuel usage, right? The last thing you want to do is have a fuel stumble, run out of fuel, and need to get towed back. Then your race is over. So, and these cars, again, they're going to consume fuel enough. Probably they all are going to take a jug or two to finish the 90 minutes.
I mentioned this in the first race, and I'll ask you, fuel is weight.
Absolutely.
How weight sensitive, and I know it depends on the car, but how weight sensitive are these cars where you say, I want to take on just enough fuel to get me to either my first stop or the finish?
Right. So not only is the weight going to be a difference in the driving dynamics, but also you have to meet your minimum weight at the end, right? So you have to make sure that you have enough. You need fuel ballast to meet your minimum weight. And it does make a difference. A lot of times people will turn their fastest laps a few laps before their pit stop because that's when they have their lightest fuel load. And at 6 pounds a gallon, these cars hold 100 liters, 16, 18 gallons of fuel. That's
Thank you for doing the math for me.
That was going to be, Greg was going to have to do math twice in one race.
In one race, yeah. I could
do that. 75 pounds of fuel or so. It's not an insignificant amount.
Hey, Siri, please convert. Yeah.
So we're still waiting for those lead two guys. They're the last ones to pit. And again, there's somebody had a nice little off and back on. Self-cleaning, 2 off. Although it'll scare you as you come over the hill and you see the dust.
10, yeah.
Well, certainly wasn't focusing on the 4th brake marker.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this again.
Oh, yeah. Tracked out a little while.
Yeah,
good. He didn't overcorrect. He brought it back on.
I said 2 off. That was a full 4 off.
Yeah, that was Scott Gill in the number 24 machine.
And he has yet to pit, right? That was
no.
Scott Gill has pitted. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Gill's already been. It was actually one of our earlier.
Oh, got it.
Earliest cars to come down that lane.
Looks like Ford and Burke.
He may need to pit again, but after that one there. But I'm sure he'll get those tires cleaned off quite a bit.
All right, the 38 machine and the 71 machine rejoining the action now.
And we saw in the first race, and we mentioned it earlier, that one of the drivers waited till just about the last possible window to make that pit stop, which also can catch you out if that full course caution comes out. So now
I've seen that happen. Yeah,
still plenty of time. There's 36 minutes to go.
So again, these cars probably can't go the 80 minutes.
Anyway.
Tank of,
So one of those 2 cars I just called leaving the pit lane. It was basically the 38 of Everett. And also the 71 of the pairing of Vesikov and Carnero. But with Topher Everett leaving the pit lane, that puts him into the lead in GTC 8. So he has managed to leapfrog Kyle Mazzola to, as best we can tell. And pretty good distance there, about 6 seconds. Now, again, Everett wasn't going to be leaving the pit lane at full speed, so that gap may be a little bit lower, but it looks like he's gotten the move done.
And you wonder if that was that extra lap or 2 he put in without traffic, and that made the difference as Mazzola was the first one to pit. Everett came in later. Yeah,
and there you go. You can see there is as Everett is one of the 2 cars right there at the front of the field, and then we've got Mazzola in the 251 machine, where Kim Mazzola has told us that it is not a red stripe on the hood or 2 red stripes. They are pink stripes on the hood, so thank you.
Stand corrected.
He's right at and he's going to come right underneath that Scott Gill, the 158 machine. Actually, that's not the Gill machine that he came underneath. That is. Oh, go ahead.
That's the number 10 car?
10 car, yeah. Nays.
Price Ford went by again, another lap, so still to pit. Price Ford. And, the gap, so you see this huge gap back to the second place car. But remember, Ford's got a 5-minute pit stop still to serve. And he's got about 2-lap advantage over Canero and Oliver. That will go away as soon as that pit stop is served, with now 34 minutes to go in this Enduro. And this one has had some good intrigue as well. The live pit stops make all the difference in keeping these races really interesting, not for just the teams and drivers figuring out what they want to do, but for people who are watching. If it was a straight out, 90-minute Enduro and just run till the end, it loses a little of the strategy that makes it interesting.
Right. So, we are almost an hour into the race, and Mazzola is now 5 seconds behind Everett.
Yeah,
So
indeed.
That's close.
All right, and it looks like that was the 71 machine of Esikoff and Canero, who had followed Topher Everett off the pit lane on the prior lap. They've now just gone past Topher Everett's Cup car, so move the pairing of Esikoff and Canero up to 4th, and they are currently 2nd in GTA 4. And Everett now in 5th overall, but again, your leader in GTC 8, where Colin Mazzola about 4.5 seconds in arrears.
And yeah, now Mazzola's close enough. No car in between them right now on track. Mazzola can see that car in front of him.
Yeah.
Well, keep in mind, gentlemen, so Price Ford has yet to pit. He is your overall leader and as well as your leader in GTC 8. Looking at the lap times that they've completed over the last couple of laps, again, Topher Everett, Colin Mazzola just coming out 2 laps down. It's going to be about 2.5 laps. We could have all 3 at one point in time after Price Ford makes his pit stop. Could be right there. That could be the battle towards the end of this race for GTC 8.
I'll take it.
Yep.
All right, Steve Lessman in the 108 machine heading down the pit lane. He's going to rejoin traffic in 14th position in the GTD 3 class, currently running in 4th position behind Scott Nays, who we just saw a few moments ago, Scott Gill, and then Chris Dooley is our leader there. That pack very, very stretched out. I think they've got at least one driver at every corner of the course. At this point, Dooley with almost 40 seconds on Scott Gill for the lead in that class.
Yeah, I'm looking at the time and score, and Brian, you're right on the mark, because when Ford comes in, that's when Everett and Mazzola, who are now running nose to tail, about 7 seconds between them, that it should time out where the 3 of them, all in class GTC 8, are together on track. But we wait still for the 112 to make his pit stop. Should be, I believe, the final car to stop.
And remember, Price Ford was not up in the front when this race started. He was kind of mid-pack to back a little bit, so doesn't have the horsepower that the Topher Everett or the Colin Mazzola have, as those two have been kind of nose to tail pretty much the entire race here, is that he is looking to, I have to figure out how to leapfrog them based off of strategy.
All right, Cliff Kayer in the 08 GTA 4 Cup car. He has now left the pit lane. He's going to rejoin behind the team of Stafford and Friedman and will rejoin in 3rd place in GTA 4. At the moment, the 058 car of Carnero and Oliver, we believe that car will likely move up into 2nd position once Price Ford brings his car down the pit lane.
We are just coming in now on 30 minutes ago. So we've got a sprint race ahead of us to the finish here as we are coming down. We're just now at the 1 hour mark. So basically it's like the sprint races we had yesterday, but with already a lot of wear and tear on the car. So you still can't approach it. But at this point, throw everything you got at it.
Well, and tired drivers, too.
And tired drivers, yes, sir.
I was going to say, this might be the longest sprint race that this group has had all weekend, by the way. All right.
That's true.
All right, let's do this since we are right at the 60-minute mark, 2/3 of this 90-minute Enduro now in the books. Let's take a quick break. Our last break before the checkered flag here at Virginia International Raceway, the Rumble at the Old Oak Tree, presented by the First Settlers region of the Porsche Club of America. Stay with us.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailux Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailux should be your first and only choice. Trailux has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailux Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Virginia International Raceway, the Rumble at the Old Oak Tree, presented by the First Settlers region of the Porsche Club of America, along with our great partners at Porsche South Point and Porsche of Virginia Beach. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Edwin Pardue. And we got word that we believe the final driver yet to pit has now done so. Price Ford on the pit lane. That is going to elevate Joel Johnson to the overall lead in Sprint Trophy. Let's do a quick breakdown here of our different classes. Price Ford, still for the moment your leader in GTC 8, but the big question is, where does he come back out and rejoin the field? There is now almost 12 seconds between Topher Everett and Colin Mazzola. So we'll see here now with Everett crossing the start-finish line. He now takes the lead officially in GTC 8. Over in GTD 3, Chris Dooley is your leader over Scott Gill and Scott Nays. In GTD 2, the team of Wells and Hoffman, they are, I believe, the only team still running in GTD 2. Ryan Sikowski, we haven't seen that car for quite some time now. In STG, Joel Johnson leads Tom Burke. Burke a lap down. And then finally in GTA 4, it is the 058 machine, teaming Bruno Carnero and William Oliver. They are the lead team ahead of Bruno's other car. Maybe he's flying a drone, or like a drone or something from the driver's seat here, with Esikoff and Carnero 20 seconds in arrears. And then we've got the 999 car of Stafford and Friedman, currently third in GTA 4.
Greg Price Ford just passed us here outside the window to rejoin the field, and he will do it in 7th place overall. But both Everett and Mazzola have gotten by him, and he's going to be, he's going to be a good 58 seconds, I believe, behind Topher Everett. So yes, on the same lap, but not quite as close. And I don't know if that's the effort of maybe Ford ran a little bit too long.
Possibly, and what I was doing was I was checking to see as far as the length of his pit stop. So,
yeah,
Price Ford's fastest lap up until now had been a 1:54.5. The last lap, which is the lap time plus the time he spent on the pit lane, was 7 minutes almost exactly. And so he was there for, a touch longer than 5 minutes, but I mean, he was pretty darn close.
Not much more than that 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when you count the transit time on the pit lane and take that into account, he pretty much nailed it. The problem is that he came out, as we said, about more than half a minute.
A few seconds count.
Yeah, behind Mazzola.
Yeah.
Well, you know, we were talking during. Sorry, Van. I was going to say we were talking during the break there, and Van said when you're sitting in the car and you're having to get out and fuel, that 5 minutes seems like forever. I guarantee you, Praise Ford was thinking the same thing. That 5 minutes was probably a half hour to him.
Absolutely. I was going to say that I see that Everett just turned his fastest lap 1 lap ago. So of his the race for him.
Yeah, and he's been
motivated.
pretty darn consistent. He got down into a low 120, probably a low 154, and the next time by about 3/4 of a second off of that time. But still, I think most importantly, lapping almost 3 seconds faster a lap than Colin Mazzola is.
You touched on this. If they've got the driver order right, this is pretty funny because Bruno Canero gets out of the car, the 058, lets Oliver get in.
It's 20 seconds to do it.
Yeah, and then Esikoff gets in,
right?
Gets out, and Canero gets in, but now he's chasing the car he was in.
Yeah,
right.
Okay,
Well,
making sure I had that right.
I mean, the advantage for him is he knows where that other car is strong or where it's weak.
Absolutely. You know, we like to have
making sure I had that right.
I don't know how you pick a favorite there.
I have with friends in the past. We've swapped cars in the Enduro, right? We've been two drivers for each car. We just plan our pit stop at the same time, pit at the same time, and swap cars and keep going out.
And swap over. I don't know how you go and pick a winner. I mean, if you're the only driver that's swapping between the two cars, how you determine which car gets preferential treatment over the course
You
of
go
the
on the
race.
podium twice. Have your picture taken 2 times. Right.
It's all about efficiencies of scale. There you go. And so Carnero and Oliver, your leader by about 10 seconds over Carnero and Esikoff. The 058 machine currently leading that GTA 4 field. And again, Joel Johnson, your overall leader in the Sprint Trophy. Is we've got a car, looks like, tried to make it into the South Paddock pit lane and didn't quite get there. So we've got the local caution coming out of the Oak Tree turn, out of turn 12. You can see the yellow flag waving there off to our right.
Well, if he could just move it 20 feet farther onto pit road, he'd be in good shape. But he's not in a good position right there.
No, and we'll try and get the number of that car, obviously a little bit out of our view, and we haven't gotten word from Race Control, which they're looking at our camera view right now.
Is that Garrison? Is that Steve Garrison?
Steve
in
Garrison,
the black?
maybe?
The all black
The
number
127
127?
car.
It does look all black.
Yeah.
We'll see here if he happens to fall. Now, the last time he had been getting progressively a little slower when he gets that car back underway. Good.
Thank you, sir. Self-cleaning. Carry on.
I guess we'll know soon enough.
Yeah, we'll see if he pulls into pit lane or if he's able to just continue.
Yeah, now, again, he was already a number of laps down and running, I think, a little bit off the pace compared to some of the other GT3. Actually, he is the only GT3 entry here today, I believe, for this race. But again, running almost 6 seconds. The prior lap was almost 6 seconds off of his fastest. And he has fallen a bit off the pace. So we'll track him, see if he comes onto the pit lane. But good to see is he got that car back underway just as we look through the window over at Race Control. They were getting a little more concerned. we thought we'd see a full course caution here, but we have not. And
he just went by on the front straight.
Just went by. That was Steve Garrison, Brian Goodeye, in the 127 machine.
We joked about the Canero, Oliver, Esikoff Canero thing, but that's actually a really good race now because it's down to 4 seconds. That's GTA 4. That's an in-class battle, and the last 2 spots on the podium overall, and it's gotten good. It is right at 4 seconds with only 20 minutes to go in this race.
So is Carnero running 157s or is Carnero running 152s?
Well, just think of it this way. He owns 50% of that class right now because he's in 2 cars. So he is the driver of 50% of that GTA 4 class.
That's right.
Boy, Everett now, Everett's knocked out what's that, 26 second advantage over Mazzola. So that's a little surprising here late. That's got to be a little bit more going on there other than just pit stop strategy. That's a change in car performance, I would think, because it's very different than those cars were in the first half of the race.
Well, Van mentioned it as well, right? So when you go in and you put those 2 cans of fuel in there or that 1 can of fuel, it's going to change the handling of the car depending on what you started the race on in order to get through there. It could be that Colin Mazzola put maybe 1 or just 2, and that handling is starting to go away with those tires because of that additional weight that got added to the car.
The battle for GTA 4 overall leads, right? It's headed right now towards, I guess, the NASCAR corner. But the gap last time by was like 1/100th of a second. The number 71 in the 05-8. And that's the red and black. I'm not sure if we picked him up there or not. But anyway, those guys were less. There you go, I believe. He works through some traffic. But that was about 1/10 of a second, the gap at start-finish. We will not have the drama of the last race of someone making a late stop because we have confirmed everybody has made a stop. Still 18 minutes to go. So that little piece of drama is off the board for this one. And Joel Johnson overall with a 25 or 24 second advantage over the second place car, which is the GTA 4 number 71.
Looking at the lap times, Everett is consistently doing about 2 or 3 seconds a lap faster than Mazzola right now in the second half of this race, and so that gap is just kind of growing a little bit incrementally each lap.
Yeah, I mean, it's really amazing to see because they were so even early on, and a lot of that is obviously Everett was behind Mazzola from the drop of the green flag. And either he wasn't trying to get around him, or perhaps, again, just the strategy and the idea was just to stay close.
Save his tires a little bit. Let the guy in front overuse his tires, and that might pay off later in the race.
GTA 4 now has gotten a little bit calmer. It's about a 5-second gap now. They were real close last lap. Now it's opened up about a 5-second gap. You'll see him pop into your picture here in a little bit, but not quite as close as that race was a lap or two ago.
Right, and I think, Brian, we just had a view just ahead here of Michael Vitz in the number 22 GTC 3 entry. Car definitely looking like it's running off the pace a little bit. Currently running 2-minute 20-second lap times, which is about 15 seconds off of where he was earlier on in the race. So again, I think just trying to limp that car home.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was just getting ready to say I think he's just trying to get through here. One of the other things I noticed here is you talk about Canaro, Oliver, and then Esikoff and Canaro. I'm wondering if Canaro was in that 058 at the beginning, because remember, that car took off at the beginning of this race and built out a huge lead over Joel Johnson in that 207. And now the 71, who was several spots back as well, now is starting to move up into second place. So I wonder if Canaro is in that machine, for the second half of this race.
Yeah, indeed. So is the 71 machine your new leader in GTA 4 with the 058 second, and then the team of Stafford and Friedman who are running 6th overall in the 999 car, currently 6th overall.
Two hired guns. Yeah, two hired guns, Canaro and Friedman.
Canaro was 21 seconds behind Johnson. Here he comes off the final corner. It was 21 seconds. It's now 20. So he's cutting a little bit of time off that gap of Joel Johnson, maybe a second a lap.
All right, and we're coming up on just 15 minutes remaining here at VIR. That means, well, I guess it really doesn't matter. We've already identified that all of our drivers have taken their mandatory pit stops, so that 10-minute cutoff window really is not going to come into play here. And given that they've all pitted, that if we do end up for some reason having to go to a full course caution, probably will not impact the field all that much unless we do have drivers trying to do some fuel savings.
It would compress the field, which might give some of the people that are in second place or 2 seconds behind a chance to do a last push.
Yeah, I mean, that could certainly be is Cliff Kayer, who's currently about 20 seconds behind the 999 car, the Stafford Friedman machine. I mean, that could open up a battle for the last podium position there in that class. And in GTD3, where Chris Dooley, is currently leading over Scott Gill by about 35 seconds, and they are still in order. They are running 10th and 11th overall. That could bring them in. Scott Nays, who is actually running 12th overall, also in GTD3. That would bring those three racers right together for what could be just a very quick sprint at the end.
Here's a question for you, Van. In some of these, in this club racing that you have, where some of these drivers, and you talked about this earlier, where a lot of them share those rides, is it where they just share the ride together as a collaborative thing that say, hey, do you want to race my car this weekend? Or is it a buy-in option into some of these cars to do it, especially in the Enduro?
I think most of it is more of a friendly, want to share, do it that way. The way the PCA rules are, you split the points between the two drivers. So if you're going for championship points or weekend points, it's a disadvantage to share your car.
Canero's going to get points and points.
Right.
So,
right. Right, but getting all first place points would be better than half a first and
Well, I was going to say getting half a first. Yeah, right.
All right, there's been a lot of math during this 90-minute Enduro.
But you got to remember that these guys are friends off the track too, and a lot of times people want to share a car, or people will want to, sometimes people will have a coach or a better driver, faster driver, pro driver drive for them so they can compare data after the fact.
Yeah.
It depends on the different situations.
You ride again with Nays there. In where's he running on track? He's 12th
through the S's.
Yeah, 12th overall and 3rd in GTD 3. I believe though he may be a lap or two behind Scott Gills. What time in scoring's showing? We'll let it reset in a little bit, but that's a beautiful shot right there. You can watch the hands. We've been watching a lot of hands and feet this weekend, and depending on, notice with different cars, you have different type of camera mounts. So some you get a really good handle and you can see what's going on in the hands. Some you've got a great shot. You can see a rear view mirror. Others you're able to watch the pedal dance down in the pedal box, and all of them give you just some insight that you don't have otherwise.
So a couple interesting things to note also besides watching feet. By the way, Scott Nays out of the Chicago region, second year racing, I believe, and a father of 6. But if you watch the in-car video here, look over to the right-hand side of the screen where the A-pillar is, as the Sentinel system that is in his car is doing lap traces.
Right.
And you can see the many lines, and it basically is showing in real time where he is on the course. I like how it shows going through the uphill S's more or less as a straight line.
Right, yeah.
But I'm wondering about that one run through the horseshoe that is much wider than any other lap.
Right, I have to guess there's a little bit of a, GPS anomaly or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, I was going to ask, did he go fishing on one lap or something? Because that's down by the water where the thing goes.
Hanging out at the Dan River with a fishing pole.
Right.
That's one of the other things I've noticed here. This is the 13th event over the last year and a half there, Van. And so, when I look at Corey Freeman and you talk about sharing a ride, I don't think I've seen Corey Freeman in his car during any of the Enduros. He's always sharing those cars with other drivers, and I'm wondering if those drivers are looking for feedback for their cars, knowing the driver that Corey Freeman is. Do they share a lot of information after the fact, being that everybody is kind of close because it is club racing?
Indeed, Autometrics is the team that Corey's driving with, right? And there's a lot of cars under the canopy there. And I imagine that they're taking feedback from all the different drivers, and the mechanics are taking that to try to help them all improve. I'm sure some drivers want to keep a little bit of their secret sauce close to the vest, but generally, everyone wants to share and improve.
It kind of depends on your situation. If you're team, with a team driver, if you're a purely independent trying to scratch your way through, might have different views on how am I sharing technology information. But I'll tell you, when you all gather for dinner at the end of the race day, there's a whole lot of sharing of information, and some of it is even racing related.
Absolutely. And even parts, like I've seen lots of cars, something breaks and another team will be like, hey, we've got that part. We'll help you out. Like we want to beat you on the track, not in the paddock.
We are under 10 minutes to go. Joel Johnson now. The gap is down to 14 seconds. So Canero catching him a little bit. That's just for the overall lead. But as we mentioned, the gap in the GTA 4, he is now 16 seconds or 18 seconds. Yep. So that one's kind of stabilized a little bit. Topher Everett is now securely in 4th place and leads in GTC 8. So things have kind of settled down here. Mazzola still 2nd. In class, and he's 5th overall.
Yeah, Canero, if he's chipping away, 2 seconds a lap, there's going to be about 5 laps left to go. He might have that gap down to 4 seconds, but I don't think he's going to quite get all the way up to Joel Johnson. We shall see.
Might run out of clock.
Right.
Yeah, with 8 minutes, no, I'm not going to do that, Matt.
I was going to say, Greg, don't even get involved in that conversation with Matt.
This is so far out of my wheelhouse. So what you're saying is in 74 laps, he'll be there.
Yeah.
Right.
And it might only take 7 laps, but I think there's only 5 left to go.
Yeah.
So.
Now, we've been dry all weekend, great, but we have had different situations with ambient temperature, the amount of cloud cover. I'm sure track temperature has wavered from if you had one of those early morning warm-ups or qualifying earlier in the weekend compared to now. You've had track condition has changed a lot, even though we've stayed dry, but we've seen a lot of changes otherwise.
Yeah.
And so you're dealing with that as well.
There was frost Friday morning for the first warm-up.
Yeah. Yeah, I've gone from heavy jacket to light jacket to no jacket over the course of the weekend. That gap, it's continually about 2 seconds a lap. Johnson lead down to 12.2 seconds. So 2 seconds a lap, going to run out. Greg's counting on his fingers. It'll be close. Shoes are off.
Shoes are off.
There's not that many minutes left.
No. I mean, and I've only got 14 fingers, so I don't know what I'm going to do.
And Everett continues in the GTC 8 battle. Everett continues to stretch that over Mazzola. We'll see where they are next time by, but that's settled down. And then you go back to Price. Ford is 8th overall, but Ford is 3rd in class, but he's a ways back between those two. It's now 34-second advantage for Topher Everett over Colin Mazzola in GTC 8. Oh, somebody off track, coming off of the oak tree, through the grass.
And is he going to the south paddock?
It's...
Yeah. Oh. So I'm looking to see if the corner workers over at 12 have the waving yellow. They do not. Oh, yes, they do.
Standing yellow.
Yeah, he's off track, but not in a great spot.
All right. So white-ish colored roof. Price Ford possibly. Chris Dooley possibly.
Oh, he's pulling back onto the track.
All right, I would say, or Michael Vitz possibly.
Yeah, it wasn't Ford only because I just saw Ford go by. Yeah.
Right.
And I don't think
it's not Vitz.
No.
There's
Too
some
new a
color.
car to be Vitz.
Yeah, there's a color in the back of it. So, actually, is that Scott Gill?
Gill, maybe.
Let's find out right here.
I was gonna say, looked like it came in.
Yeah, that is Scott Gill.
Yeah, indeed. All right, so that's the 158 GTD3 entry. Now, he had over a minute advantage on Scott Nays when the prior lap began. I did not see Nays go by. Yeah, matter of fact, well, Nays has made up a lot of that time because I think that's the Gill car directly ahead, possibly.
I don't know what you were doing counting on your fingers, but Timing and Scoring just saw that Canero is within 4 seconds now of the leader.
See, I told you that, he's knocking off.
He is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, you saw last lap.
Well, that last
Johnson,
had a slow time, so right. So
yeah, Johnson was in the 205 range last time by, which is almost more than 10 seconds off of what he's been averaging. And so the 71 machine, as you mentioned, now under 4 seconds between those two cars. That being said, we're now under 5 minutes remaining. And so that's going to bring us, maybe 3 laps max here. And
remember, your overall leader, Johnson, is in the STG and then the GTA 4. Okay, Johnson just went by, and that's now 1.24 seconds as the leaders overall are into turn number 1 and 2. And the gap between Johnson and Carnero, 1.2 seconds. Here they are off the corner. Is that our first and second? I believe so, yeah.
3-second difference in that lap as well. So
yeah,
definitely making a move, and I do believe he will catch him. I don't think you'll see Joel Johnson kind of hold him up, right? I think if he gets to a spot, he'll let him go. He knows it's not for not within class.
Right, and I think we might be at that point where Johnson is trying to just have enough fuel to get to the end at this point.
The prize money isn't worth it.
Right.
Right. Well, the question is,
prize money?
Yeah. Is it?
There's money in this?
Fuel, tires, maybe tires have said, you know what? Hey, we've had fun today, but we're done.
Right.
Exactly.
We're done, and we're looking at the clock, and we'll look at the starter here and see. We may get a 1 to go here, or we may be 2 laps. Here, we'll find out shortly. And here you see the battle down the back straightaway.
And by the way, checking back in, because they just passed us on the front straight, that battle for second in GTD 3 between Scott Gill and Scott Nays. Last time by, Gill opened up about a second on Nays. So, Nays had closed in just simply because of that mistake by Gill on the prior lap, but it looks like Gill's been able to ward
and that's
off.
good recovery by Gill to gather it back in and then come back and lay down the lap.
Exactly.
Here we go for the lead. Let's see what they do on the starter stand.
Yeah, it's more than 1 lap.
Yeah.
The time is more than 1 lap to go.
Yeah, exactly. So we should have at least 1 more lap as they come right into our view here down at turn number 1. Joel Johnson in the number 207 Sprint Trophy machine, the lead car there. And then we've got Greg, the team of Esikoff and Carnero. We assume it's Bruno Carnero behind the wheel in the 71 machine, directly behind him. He's
looking
right there
for an opportunity.
Yeah. And at the rate they're going, this should be probably right as they come out of Snake and make their way towards the uphill S's. Likely where the 71 will make the move. We'll see if he pops to the inside. He takes a quick look. I think he's going to follow Joel Johnson right up into the S's. Make Johnson a little nervous on the way
Right.
up the hill.
He may try to capitalize on a braking zone rather than trying to, you can't out-accelerate him.
Johnson is not pulling over and giving him the point by yet.
No. Certainly not.
So he's going to make him work for it, and let's see if he gets we'll see if Carnero gets a nice toe down the back straightaway here.
Well, Carnero's flashing the lights at him.
He's letting him know he's there.
I thought you were going to lay down for me. And
here he is.
Well, he takes a quick look to the inside.
Oh! Kicks up a little dirt, but has to abort it.
Yeah, grab some dirt there. Joel Johnson, though, good positioning on the car. He gave Carnero all the room he would need if he wanted to go around the outside, but it didn't mean that he was going to just get into the brakes hard and get in early and let the driver go around the outside. He's going to make him work for this. And but right now, Carnero, he's already taken a quick look to the inside as they're going to come around.
They get the 1 lap
bend.
to go sign.
Exactly, 1 lap to go. Let's see if he goes and pokes to the inside here going into 1. He takes a look for a moment, and there you go. Johnson gets defensive. He's going to hold off the 71 car, and I'm wondering now if perhaps Johnson just wasn't looking for a play date.
Look at that. Oh, boy, he tried to turn back in. Now he's got the preferred line.
Yeah, now he's got the position.
Yep.
And as they come through the NASCAR bend, come up on some slower traffic, the deal is now done. Bruno Carnero and Greg Esikoff's entry, the number 71 GTA 4 machine, moves to the lead on the final lap.
Well, I think Johnson said, let me hang on to as long as I can. Once it's over, now I'm not going to fight back. But that was a great lap and a half.
That was.
Uphill for the final time. Been a good weekend, guys. Really good weekend of car racing. Your first and second overall coming to you. They head for the Oak Tree for the final time of the weekend. And you see they've got a huge gap. In fact, the car you see behind them is actually a couple out-of-class lap cars, so they've got a huge gap. And you see now Carnero will kind of stretch his legs a little bit. Johnson happy to tuck right in there in second spot.
I think Johnson was now flashing. So come back and fight. All right, heading up into the roller coaster for the very final time. Bruno Carnero and Greg Esikoff's number 71 992 Cup car entry in the GTA 4 class. And as that car now comes out of the roller coaster, out of Hog Pen for the final time, flashing the lights once again, Bruno Carnero and Greg Esikoff will take the win in our final Enduro of the weekend. They also take the win in the GTA 4 class. Joel Johnson in his Sprint Trophy entry will finish second overall. Great fight there from Johnson. Great start for him, as we've seen all weekend long, and a great finish as well. The other Carnero entry, Carnero and William Oliver in the number 58 GTA 4 entry. They're going to come across the line here momentarily. And there you go. And we believe that's William Oliver behind the wheel. He's going to take third overall, second in class. Topher Everett, our next racer. And I'm looking down the front straight here, as I think our starter is doing the exact same thing, waving the flag, waiting for Topher Everett to show up. And there is Topher Everett passing us on the front straight and taking the checkered flag and the win in GTC 8, finishing fourth overall. It's Topher Everett in the number 38 machine. The team of Friedman and Stafford should be the next across the line. That's a car a little bit further back. I believe that was that Tom Burke in the 277 STG entry will finish second in the class. And as the rest of our racers now come across the line, there is the 999 machine in the Gulf livery of Stafford and Friedman. They will finish fifth overall and take the last podium position in GTA 4. Colin Mazzola now across the line. He will finish sixth overall, finishes second in GTC 8. We'll then have Cliff Kayer coming across the line, finishing now just off the podium in GTA 4. Price Ford will take third in GTC 8. Tom Burke will take third in Sprint Trophy G. And then finally, rounding out the top 10, Chris Dooley in his GTD 3 machine. He'll take the win in that class. All right, let's take a look at our other classes here. Over in GTD 2, the team of Wells and Hoffman will take the win. Ryan Chakowski retiring after 22 laps. In GT3, our sole racer today, Steve Garrison. In GTC 3, Michael Vitz, and he does get that car across the line. So Vitz in the GTC 3 car will finish 16th overall. And I believe that let's also not forget Kerry Brown in the GTC 6 entry. Unfortunately, Kerry only completing 15 laps. Well, Edwin, like you said, a great weekend of racing. Van, of course, a beautiful weekend here, and always great racing at Heaven on Earth. And Brian, thank you so much, of course, as well. Our next round that we're airing on the Porsche Club of America YouTube channel, there it is, June 5th, and I believe it's going to be 2 days, June 5th and 6th, which is Friday and Saturday.
That's right.
At Lime Rock Park, at the Bull Ring. Of course, a number of events coming up before that. We've been playing ads from all weekend. We're going to be at Road Atlanta, or the Porsche Club of America Club Racing will be at Road Atlanta in April 10th through 12th. Canadian Tire Motorsports Park. I was going to call it Carolina Motorsports Park. Mosport. May 1st through 3rd, same weekend as Button Willow, and then Eagles Canyon Raceway, May 6th, 16th and 17th. But again, catch us June 5th and 6th from Lime Rock Park. So, Van, thank you for joining us for the endurance race, and thank you for all the help in helping in everything that goes into making these broadcasts possible. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for your team, too.
All right. Well, thank you again for Brian Donati, for Edwin Pardue, for Brennan Kazmarek, our producer with Driver's Eye Live, and of course, Jordan Worth, our director. I'm Greg Ginsburg. We'll see you soon.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the Raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program. The Sentinel Video System by Sentinel Racing is your one-stop shop solution for sharing your in-car video. The Sentinel system can integrate up to 3 cameras and incorporate a full data stream for track map and gauge overlays, and broadcast it all via dual 5G cellular modems, utilizing whichever service provider has a stronger signal to any of the popular live streaming services. Much of the in-car footage in this broadcast is provided by Sentinel. PCA members get an additional 10% off. Contact Sentinel today through their website, sentinel.racing.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit hankookmotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
Octavio makes small batch tequila. They take a different approach to distilling their award-winning 100% agave tequilas. Made in the Jalisco region of Mexico, Octavio's tequila are aged twice as long as traditional tequilas, achieving a smooth-tasting experience, rounded with notes of oak and vanilla. Octavio focuses on sustainable distilling practices that use 60% less water and 50% less energy than traditional techniques. Octavio produces an añejo and a cristalino. Both can be ordered and shipped nationwide by visiting octaviotequila.com. Get free shipping when you order 2 or more bottles.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your Porsche today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
With almost 250 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Polamico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion and he wants to share it with you. Although there are recipes, Paul's emphasis is on creating from what you have on hand at the time as an inspiration and using old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from. Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul provides ideas on variations in the dishes, but really hopes that you'll see opportunities to put your own twist and add the flavors and ingredients that you prefer. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations, so come and join along on this voyage. Paul tries to post a new episode every Saturday and hopes that you enjoy.
At Yokohama, they believe that motorsports are the ultimate test of performance, innovation, and durability. Everything they learn while competing under the grueling race conditions leads to better performing, longer-lasting tires for the track and the street. Yokohama's partnership with Porsche Club of America, Porsche Motorsport North America, and USAC brings you the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA Series, run exclusively on Yokohama tires. Additionally, Yokohama provides the spec tire for Porsche Sprint Challenge and Porsche Endurance Challenge. Visit yokohamatire.com to see their tire selections for your street or track car.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of 2 components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top-quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you'll want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience, both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, Premier Racing Outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina. Shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th annual Treffin at Sea and the 5th event cruise with Princess Cruises, Saturday, September 19th through Friday, September 25th. The cruise sails from Vancouver, Canada down to Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. There will be special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, visit PCA.org and click on the Events tab.
After a 14-year hiatus, PCA Club Racing returns to the Pacific Northwest. Oregon Region is co-hosting the Rose Cup with Friends of PIR to bring Porsche racing back to Portland International Raceway. The 65th anniversary Rose Cup races will be held on July 11th and 12th, part of the West Coast Series. This 2-mile track is known for its challenging mix of fast sweepers and tight technical sections, particularly the infield. PIR has hosted premier events like IndyCar, kart, and Formula E. The event offers PCA Club racers an excellent opportunity to add a new track to the racing schedule. Registration opens May 25th at clubregistration.net.
PCA Club Racing hits the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, where the Peach State region will be hosting Race Weekend April 10th through 12th. The 2.5-mile circuit opened in 1970 and has been the host to thousands of pro race series, including ALMS, IMSA, NASCAR, Trans Am Pirelli World Challenge, and more. Racers will get 3 sprint races and 1 enduro, earning point for the national championship. Eligible cars will also earn points for the Club Sports Series and the Triple Trofeo Championships. Non-racers can participate in HPDE sessions for solo drivers of all skill levels, and all marks are welcome. Head to clubregistration.net to sign up today. Maverick Region PCA is excited to announce their Eagles Canyon 1 Club race on May 16th and 17th. They'll be racing the counterclockwise 2.7-mile course with 15 turns at over 200 feet of elevation change. All races have points towards the PCA National and Mid-America Championships. Expect 2 practices, qualifying, and a 30-minute sprint race on Saturday, and 2 additional sprint races on Sunday, one 30 minutes and one 40 minutes long. Podium-winning trophies for class races with a 4+ car count, and additional awards will be presented at the Saturday evening banquet at the Over the Top Bar and Grill at Eagles Canyon Raceway. Registration opens March 30th at clubregistration.net.
If you're a PCA racer, Watkins Glen has got to be on your bucket list of tracks to drive. If you've driven it before, don't miss this chance to come back, improve your times, and win on this track where great racers such as Jack Brabham, Sterling Moss, and Dan Gurney found glory. Maybe it's the sheer joy of racing on this superb, well-maintained track with its thrilling elevation changes, or imagining they're running with Mario Andretti, Jackie Ickx, or Derek Bell that brings out racers from all over the USA and Canada to make the Clash at the Glen one of the largest on the PCA Club Racing circuit. Join us from July 10th through 12th and bring your friends. PCA members are welcome to attend and perhaps consider how they may make the transition from driver education to club racing. The fun-filled weekend will include 3 sprint races and a 65-minute endurance race, along with an advanced solo DE run group. Registration opens May 25th on clubregistration.net.
HPDE season is here, and First Settlers Region is excited to see you on the track April 22nd through 24th. FSR is fortunate enough to have Virginia International Raceway as their home track, the track Paul Newman called Heaven on Earth. The FSR Spring HPDE at VIR will give everyone 120 minutes of track time per group per day. Enjoy one of America's most exciting circuits with long straights, fast corners, tight technical sections, and epic elevation changes. Don't forget the Saturday happy hour, a great opportunity to socialize and tell tall tales about your lap times. Run groups are filling fast, so don't wait until it's too late. Register now to secure your spot at motorsportsreg.com. For over 70 years, Radio Communications of Virginia has been Virginia's leading provider in wireless communications solutions. As a Motorola Solutions Elite Channel partner, our 2 Metro Richmond locations provide the Commonwealth access to Motorola's full feature portfolio, including public safety and commercial tier solutions. And with over 100 years of combined experience, we've partnered with many manufacturers on unique communication solutions. Since 1954, we've been ready to take care of our clients as soon as they walk through our doors. Visit RCV's locations in Glen Allen or North Chesterfield, or view our full product lineup at rcvinc.com today. Treffin means to meet, and that's the entire concept behind the PCA Treffins, an opportunity for PCA members to meet their fellow Porsche enthusiasts at some of the most spectacular locations in North America. PCA's Treffens provide the opportunity for members to drive some of the best roads in North America and enjoy world-class hospitality at world-class hotels. The Spring Treffen will be March 29th through April 2nd at the Montage Palmetto Bluff, an exclusive low-country community in Bluffton, South Carolina. The Montage comprises a quintessentially Southern-style inn modeled after the historic mansion that burned in 1926, plus an assortment of cottages spread across spectacular grounds that capture the ethos of an earlier, more genteel era. The surrounding maritime forest casts shadows that whisper history, while modern resort amenities include a world-class spa, 2 pools, and 8 restaurants and bars. You will not be disappointed in the opportunities for both stimulation and relaxation. To learn more and register, visit treffen.pca.org.
We're thrilled to announce the highly anticipated Racing at the Rock, the same Lime Rock race you love, but now on June 5th and 6th. This marks the 34th year of this exciting event, a 1.53-mile circuit in the rolling hills of Connecticut, and it's a series race for both PCA Vintage Group and the Sprint Trophy PCA by Yokohama, with exhilarating action, breathtaking views, and a vibrant atmosphere. This event is truly one you won't want to miss. It's going to be a weekend filled with high-speed excitement, camaraderie, and unforgettable moments. Whether you're behind the wheel or cheering from the sidelines, racing into spring promises to be an amazing time for everyone. Mark your calendars now. This is one event you want to be a part of. We can't wait to see you there.
Porsche South Point is the premier Porsche destination in the Research Triangle, and the numbers back that up. They've earned the prestigious Porsche Premier Dealer designation for 9 consecutive years and hold the rare distinction of being both an official Porsche certified classic partner and a Manthe certified Porsche dealer. They're also the highest volume new car and certified pre-owned Porsche dealer in the Triangle, and have ranked in the top 10 dealerships in the nation for online reputation for 7 straight years. Porsche South Point is proud to be a part of the Hendrick Automotive Group, the #1 dealership group in America by reputation, and that commitment to excellence extends to how they treat their people, having been recognized by Automotive News as one of the best dealerships to work for. Whether you're shopping for a new 911, a classic restoration, or a track-ready build, Porsche South Point recently completed a full interior renovation that makes every visit live up to the Porsche experience. View their used inventory or build a new car today at southpoint.porsche.com. Experience the ultimate celebration of Porsche passion at the annual PCA Parade. The week-long extravaganza, held June 14th through the 20th, is a must-attend event for Porsche enthusiasts of all ages, offering a perfect blend of social, competitive, and educational activities. From the Concours d'Elegance to the Autocross to the tech sessions, banquets, and social events, there's something for everyone. Whether you're a seasoned collector, a weekend racer, or simply love the brand, the PCA Parade is your chance to immerse yourself in a community that shares your passion. Parade returns to Lake Placid this year, the site of both the 1932 and 1980 Winter Olympics. Lake Placid also hosted Parade in 1994. Whether you're polishing your car for the concours, or taking on an autocross course, or joining a scenic driving tour, the PCA Parade promises memories that will last a lifetime. Secure your spot today and join us for a week of excitement, connection, and all things Porsche. To learn more and register, please visit PorscheParade.org.
Upper Canada Region is proud to host the 29th Annual Can-Am Challenge Club Race at historic Mosport Raceway in Bowmanville, Ontario, Canada, Friday, May 1st through 3rd. Described by Juan Pablo Montoya as one of the most challenging tracks in the world with its elevation changes and blind corners, it's the fastest track IMSA races on. Another racer described the speed and elevation changes like landing on an aircraft carrier, the perfect high-speed track for any car. Get in gear and set a reminder in clubregistration.net. Registration opens March 16th. The UCR team is ready to answer all of your questions from border crossing to the best accommodations to help you plan your trip to our amazing track. Email us at club-race@pcaucr.org or visit www.pcaucr.club/race.
Porsche Virginia Beach is a family-owned business that has been serving the automotive needs of the Hampton Roads area of Virginia since 1964. They started as an import car dealer selling European sports cars from England and Italy, and in 1974 they added the Porsche mark to their family of vehicles. Their passion for driving and the sporting aspect of driving is perfectly reflected in each and every Porsche they sell. Their commitment to client satisfaction and ownership experience is the cornerstone of their years-long success. You are invited to experience this firsthand at Porsche Virginia Beach. Stop by in person or visit online at PorscheVirginiaBeach.com.